Okay, everybody, welcome. The Accredited Customer Experience Master Program. 4 days of joy and excitement and enthusiasm. So welcome wherever you are in the world. Those people who are live, those people who may be virtual, who may be watching us on a recording, you're very welcome anyhow. We're going to do a program which takes us into new territory for a lot of us. It will be exploring a theme we describe as outside in. It's going to be bounded by exercises. There's no tests associated with this, you'll be pleased to know. We are not going to ask you to join to learn how to pass a test. No, we don't do that. What we're going to be doing is running exercises based on the work you're actually doing now. So I'll be walking you through case studies, examples. We'll be having a whole host of different ideas that we'll be presenting to you. Some of them will be quite familiar, others may be very new. But I'm here to be your escort and guide, if you like. You're the person who will take you through the out of the wilderness into this new sunny uplands of exciting customer experience transformation. So I'm Steve Towers, if you've not already met me. So welcome. I'm going to do an introduction to the program, quick intro of me. We're going to have a quick intro of the folks who are on the live call at the moment. That will be cool and good when we get to it. And then we'll get straight into the material. So hi. Oh. Right, let me share my screen, minimize that, and let's get to the material. So what we've got there is an outline of what we're going to be talking about through this 4 days is a journey that a lot of organizations have already taken. And we would regard those as leading corporations on the planet, leading individuals within those corporations who've really explored a new territory. And in exploring that new territory, they've laid some pathways for ourselves, right? And not unnaturally, we're going to follow some of those well-trodden paths. We might also deviate off now and again, and as we might say in Colorado, go and ski a little bit off-piste and see what the scenery is right just around the corner. But it should be an interesting journey, as interactive as these virtual sessions can be. There'll be an opportunity to get into with the WhatsApp. I'll send you an invite for doing that as well. We have a dedicated WhatsApp group for the ACX Masters, so you'll be getting an invite there, meeting some of your fellow travelers who've been on this journey over the last few months and few weeks. So we'll do a quick introduction. We'll talk about those organizations who are doing this stuff, but very quickly we'll begin to relate that into your world. So I'll give you, as I say, examples, case studies, and that sort of a thing. But then I'll be asking you to think about the context of either the work you're doing now, the work you've done, or the work you might be doing. And we'll use the frameworks and templates to actually apply some of the thinking. So you immediately go away with something useful that you can actually deploy into your real life world. Right, let's get the show on the road. The agenda over the 4 days, overview, as I've said, what we're going to talk about is what we refer to as outside in, and I'm going to give you some context for that, a quick walkthrough in a few minutes, but also a reframing of, for instance, customers. Classically, we've segmented customers by circumstance. We don't do that when we're going outside in, so we'll have a look at that. We'll also have a look at a couple of templates that give us the ability to reframe customer experiences from that outside in perspective. And then once we've done that, identifying customers and getting very close to their real needs. And you'll see why that becomes important when we get into the material. So who's doing this around the world? Well, this sort of diagram represents not so much this year, 2020, which has been quite a peculiar year, but certainly 2019, 2018. I did last 2019, 400,000 air miles, just short of that, about 396, I think it was, something weird like that, when Google tracks you wherever you go if you want to do that. So I use that so I can reconcile my accounts and things like that at the end of the year. But anyhow, just short of 400,000. So this isn't a diagram to show how well-traveled Steve is, because I am, of course. It's really a diagram to show that this stuff that we're doing this week is happening everywhere simultaneously. So it doesn't matter whether you're first, second, third world. It doesn't matter what you're doing or where you're from. This stuff is changing the way we do work. It's affecting every aspect of our organizations and our people and our customers. It's affecting the way we do technology and so on. So naturally, I'm going to be talking about some of my experiences in the context of this. Where's the BP Group based? That's who I'm a co-founder of back in 1992, seems a long time ago now. And that nice little arrow seems to point at a building called the Shard in London, but it doesn't. It really ports about 2 miles back from the Shard. There's a little back street there called New Bond Street, which is off the main shopping dragging London Regent Street, and that's where we were established back all those many years ago. We have a little admin office there now. We don't actually go into the offices and sit there anymore, do we? But there's a little admin office which do the processes. But as you probably gathered from the photograph of my background, because it's dark where I am at the moment, is I'm actually based out of Market Street in Denver, Colorado, and hence the Colorado cap and the scenery you can see behind me, which is a photograph. It's not a real scenery because it's very dark at the moment. But anyhows, I'm based out of Colorado, and that's where I've been for the last sort of 30 odd years, is working in the States, lived in various parts of the States, Massachusetts, which is up there in the Northeast, Texas, which is down there in the South, and Colorado. We've always had a place in Colorado. So we're actually up in the mountains in a ski resort in a place called Silverthorne, which has like 4 or 5 ski resorts within like a 10-minute drive. Having said all that, that's not where I am at the moment. Don't be persuaded by my fantastic backdrop here, because that's just the photograph. I'm actually in the UK at the moment, and I've been through the whole of the COVID crisis, so we could be close to our original family and help and support where necessary, and give each other a helping hand and that sort of a thing. So that's where to sort of paint a picture of where I am. So I'm broadcasting to you from the English Midlands at the moment, but my heart is in Colorado. That's what I really regard as being my home, if you like. So yes, if you get over to Colorado, you're very welcome to come and stay at our apartment up there in the mountains. Just an apartment for us to be able to enjoy the Colorado Rockies and everything that comes with it. Now, how do we operate BP Group? As I said, we formed 28 years ago. We're now present through our partner network and people like yourself in 132 countries. In terms of the qualifications itself, we'll talk a little bit about those in a few minutes, but there's over 110,000 people who are qualified in this type of program. So coming through what we refer to as the open program. You may subsequently become trainers and coaches in your own right, in which case we don't keep so much of account of the people that we've trained inside organizations, which is in the several hundred thousands now. But safe to say there's over 110,000 people have been qualified, 80 odd coaches internally and externally. Some of the coaches you can see there on the screen on the right hand side are represented across all these different countries, domains, provinces, territories, and so on like that. A few of the folks who came through in 2019 in the bottom right there, and we have 300 to so mentors now. What's a mentor? What is it? Is that different to a coach? Well, a coach is somebody who can teach you this material, can teach you about customer experience and processes and stuff. But a mentor is somebody who is actually physically using the stuff, is in a day-to-day, so if you like, line of fire. They're not just coaching people in terms of the structure and the techniques, but they're rolling the sleeves up and getting on with it. So we like to pride ourselves on this idea that operating as a not-for-profit, our key performance indicator is how quickly have we upskilled people to be able to do this for themselves. So wherever you are a coach in terms of the BP Group, that's your key driver, is how quickly can we upskill people to be able to do this for themselves. So it's not about teaching about the theory of it, it's the practice and the doing of it. And so mentors are those people who qualified through as coaches, but they also have a local applicability. They know the vertical, they know the industry they're in. They're able to pull in case studies and pull in colleagues from other organizations and qualify what they're doing. There's some of the partners there, depending on where you are in the world, you may have heard of some of these names and that type of thing. Some are very large consultancies, others are effectively one-man band. And besides the Accredited Customer Experience Program, which is what you guys are on, yay, we also do the Certified Process Professional Program. So that's from people who come from a processy background, if you like. They might have been Lean, Six Sigma, or BPM, or re-engineering, and that type of a thing. And we also have affiliations with certain softwares. One I'll be introducing to you because we're running the program outside of software, but you can actually access it through the software called the Experience Manager. So I'll be giving you an intro to that. If not today, perhaps when we get into the material tomorrow. So that's a little bit about the eclectic nature of the group. in terms of the sort of people who retain my services, how much I've probably spent like 40-50% of my time coaching and mentoring, right? And then the rest of the time I'm on retainers actually working in organizations. So see that these are some of the people I've worked with. Now, why am I showing you that? I'm showing you that because not just like lends credibility to this whole idea that all these folks are going through this customer experience transformation, but a lot of the stories I'm going to tell are my personal stories of places where I've been, places where I've worked. I may show you some of the scars that I've incurred along the way of these journeys. So don't be surprised when I'm sort of dropping a few of these names in, because I've been there. That's the work I was doing with the people on the ground. And as I said, when I say the work I was doing, oftentimes the people on the ground should take 99% of the credit, because they've been upskilled to be able to do this for themselves. So that's why this is so exciting, is immediately you get out of this sort of training program, you should be able to apply these techniques, you should be able to apply these approaches, you should be able to deliver success. So whether it's on a corporate enterprise-wide scale, a global scale sometimes, or a little department, or just within your team, or just for yourself. The nice thing is it's completely scalable. So we'll be talking about some of those companies in terms of, hey, Steve, what am I about? Well, I've obviously been around a few decades now. Along the way, written a number of books, but very briefly, started out as an industrial engineer. So back in the UK, I'm from a place called Manchester in the UK, and my football team, or as I say in the States, soccer team, is Manchester City. Yay! Yeah, go on the City. Yeah, really good. And from being an industrial engineer, I very quickly got into the financial sector because I decided that's where the future was. And I was very sort of rewarded, if you like, by good work in my 20s. By the time I was 29, I was a senior vice president with Citigroup, and I ran the business process re-engineering programs for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. I was the director of operations and technology. And that's when I was in my late 20s, that's what took me to the States first off, because Citigroup were based out of New York. And always the irony there was they gave you responsibility for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And, that meant I used to have to fly a lot back to Europe. So I've had two homes really over these last few decades. One here in the UK, which is, as I say, where I'm at the moment, and the other behind me in Colorado, up there in the mountains, and enjoying that sort of lifestyle when I can. And I can't wait to get back there. It started snowing this last couple of days, so it's people are out there on the skis for the first time this year. Now, along the way, I've written a number of books. In 92, a colleague who was responsible for Asia Pacific, running ops and technology there, and I created the not-for-profit BP group. And then, ironically, we spent the next sort of 20-odd, 30-odd years getting onto now, working back with Citi, who were our original sort of employers, if you like, and upskilling them around the world to be able to do some of this stuff. So my first book, 1993, Business Process Reengineering, In Search of BPM Excellence Thrive, which was all about 2004-5, this advent of the customer, which organizations were getting it, customer expectation management. I wrote that with a colleague of mine down in Texas, and that was our story of the transformation of people like Southwest Airlines and State Farm, who I'm going to talk about in a little while. Then Outside In 2010, which is one of the seminal books that you're going to be receiving, and then other books, about profile. This year as well, we were pleased to launch this book with February this year, and it became an Amazon #1 bestseller, within a couple of weeks of the launch. This is the actual story of the transformation of the world's largest utility company, Veolia, and one of their subsidiaries, Apanova, in Romania, in Eastern Europe. So the reason I'm highlighting that, you're going to get this book, yay! But the point of this was a previously communist state-owned entity in a not very sexy business, water utilities. What's sexy about that? You might say, well, I work in one. It's very sexy. But the whole idea was, how could you take that sort of organization and with the same people in the same locations become one of the most profitable companies in Europe? So that's the first part of that story. The other book that you're going to receive as well physically is this one. I mentioned Outside In. It was first published in 2010. It's now in its 10th edition. Okay, so it's completely updated. So I spent in my COVID lockdown experience sort of 6 months rewriting this and bringing it up to date with stories from now. Not stories, there are stories from 10 years ago, of course, but stories from now. So this is bang up to date. So you'll get a copy of that. There's plenty of other reading material that I'll give you access to, but if you read any of my books, you'll realize I am no Jeffrey Archer, right? I am not a Stephen King. I'm not going to have you on the edge of your seat. What it really is really me chronicling the story of people like yourselves on this journey that we're going to go through this week. But then how do they deploy this stuff? How do they do it? In which organizations are we really seeing people being successful with this type of thinking, this type of material? And why is it so different? So that's one of the first things I want to do, is to frame that for you. What is it about? Along the way, got a bunch of awards and stuff from Gartner 2007, lifetime contribution to business. I said to the guys at the time, lifetime contribution. Do you know something I don't do? Now, I don't know. 2007 seems a long time ago now, and it was, but I thought that was a bit premature. A lifetime contribution. I've still got a lot to give, I hope. Right, if I drop dead in the middle of this, you'll know, oh, well, he was right. That was his lifetime contribution. But also, apparently, I'm big in customer service. I didn't realize that until this year when somebody gave me an award for that. So top 30 global gurus for that. I also judge a lot of this stuff. So I get involved in, I've been being at the sharp end of this. It's quite interesting. You have to exempt yourself from judging sometimes, because some of the organizations I end up working with, and my colleagues end up working with, they come through the programs where you're at conferences. And latterly we did a North American Customer Centricity Awards program. So I was sat with 8 to 10 other worthy judges assessing organizations who are doing this stuff all the time. So we not only get it sort of firsthand in terms of our own experience, we're hearing it from other people. And in terms of that bandwidth, you're joining that community now, and I'll be connecting the dots for you, linking up with people. You say to me, Steve, I'm interested in this aspect of it. I'm interested in that. I will sort of do that sort of brokering and introduce you to other people, and then I'll get out of the way of the conversation. Along the way, I'm also a qualified medical hypnotherapist. People say, gee, that is so different from this businessy stuff, isn't it? How does that, what's that about? And I like to think our lives are bounded by patterns. So as a kid, I was always interested in meteorology, the weather, in astronomy. Some of you will know I'm an international chess master, so I like playing chess, and a lot of that's has gone online, obviously, over the last sort of few months or so. So I still actively play on those, and I realized early on in life that if we could understand the patterns that are around us, if we could understand how things fit together, then and then model those patterns, model those successful patterns that other people have actually created for us, then not only could we emulate, but we could take it a step or two further. So that's been my life, really. So if you think about process change, customer experience change, you think about how we do business, it's all patterns. So when I say I'm a medical hypnotherapist, people go, gee, it's different. And it isn't. It's all about whether we're improving each individual, family members, whether we're improving our teams, our organizations, or the planet. So my specialism is in trauma counseling. So if you go and sort of Google Steve Towers, you'll find a whole bunch of business books and stuff. Yeah, of course you will. But if you Google Stephen Towers, you'll find he's written a couple of books about child trauma counseling, which is one of the areas that I work in. And it's pretty much the same as we're going to be talking about this week. Also, I'm a neuro-linguistic programming master, all right? So anybody into neuro of the mind, linguistic of our languages, programming again of the patterns, all right? And I'm a Reiki level 3 healer. So people go, oh, Reiki, that's weird, isn't it? And you go, no, it's all patterns, it's energy. It's to do with the world that we live in. It's to do with everything as an energy. So when we're talking about our organizations, it's the energy and the enthusiasm, or not, as the case may be, of our friends and colleagues in the organization. It's how we harness that energy. It's how we use it to deliver better products and services for our customers. It's how we make our employees or the people who are around us, give them better lives and so on. So, of course, I mentioned medical hypnotherapy because I'm going to make you a promise in a few minutes. You will never, ever think of customer experience and process in the same way again once you've experienced these next few hours, right? And if you say to me, Steve, I'm still thinking of that stuff in the same old, we will step aside into a virtual room and I will transform you, right? Through the power of hypnosis. No, I'm not going to do that. No, don't get frightened. Don't get scared. I'm not here to actually do that. So, and I've only ever hypnotized one organization's management team at their request. So I may tell you that story later on in the next couple of days. So that's a little bit about me, but we're not here just to hear about Steve helping you to get to the North Star. It's about you. It's about you guys. So we've got a couple of people in the live room. There's 13 people registered for this program. So you'll be meeting the other people who are registered. Some who live in time zones. Not, I mean, for instance, Colorado. Where are we now? It's just after midnight, right? So can you imagine if I was delivering this in Colorado? No, thankfully I'm not. It's just after 7 a.m. in the UK, which is still an unearthly hour. Over in Australia, it's the evening. So we have some folks on from Australia, some folks in from Africa, and we have several sign-ins from the US. So if somebody is signed in from the US, they're burning the midnight oil, as they say. So what I would like to do now is for the people who've got in the live room is to introduce themselves. If you're not in the live room, I'm going to ask you to do this on WhatsApp and just give us a quick sort of answering those sort of bullet points. So who would like to go first and introduce themselves? Don't be shy. Step forward into the virtual limelight. So I'm looking at a couple of photographs here on my screen, and I can see one there from Eldon in South Africa. So Eldon, would you like to start proceedings for us, please?
Yeah, sure. Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Hi,
Good
good
morning,
to see you.
everyone. So nice to see you again, Steve.
Yeah, good to see you as well.
Yeah, it's been a while. Been looking forward to this. So
It's been, I would imagine, a year or so now.
roughly in the making.
Yes.
So it's a big pleasure. So yeah, we've been in customer experience, I guess, for about the last 10 years or so. And I've been in corporate. I've been consulting in different areas. At some stage, it was market research. At some stage, it was knowledge management. In the corporate career, we actually really got started in business process reengineering, and that became customer experience. And so it's been interesting to see and be part of that change. In South Africa, the CX, in our opinion, the CX discipline is still very immature. It's not very well understood. And a lot of work really, in our view, needs to be done in order to get it to the next level. So what I do in my day job, I work with a colleague of mine. She'll probably introduce herself later on by the name of Yugesh. We are in a company called the CX Group. We are CX consultants, and we're really hoping to make an indelible impact, to make customer experience much more visible, much more recognized, get its strategic value understood, its return on investment for business understood, and to actually make South Africa as customer-centric as it can be as a country. So that's us. I suppose there are questions. So who are you? What is your role? Yes, I am a consultant in South Africa. What is our biggest customer experience process struggle right now? Ours is actually slightly different because we are consultants. For us, it's about selling CX solutions. And so what we're finding is it's getting tiresome for CEOs and organizational leaders because everyone is constantly trying to sell them something. And so for us to be able to really differentiate what we do, that's why we're doing ACX Masters. Hopefully we can add some of that to our credentials and to our credibility. What I hope to take away from this week. So Steve, I've read your book Outside In, the original one. I've obviously read that. And it aligns very well with some of the principles, and it aligns very well with some of the experience that we've had. What we're hoping to take away, I don't know. Let's just see if the training and the face-to-face does offer something different. But obviously for us, it's really about credibility and positioning ourselves really well in South Africa as the leaders in the thinking, in the execution, in the discipline of customer experience. One interesting fact about yourself. Oh, you should have asked this before. Well, I don't know. It seems to be interesting for my generation and my demographic in South Africa, but I do play piano. I'm not into Reiki and all of the chess and all the smart stuff that you do, Steve. Maybe I can be inspired.
Just
But
patterns.
yeah, I play piano and I love classical music, and that's about it.
And of course, that of itself is about understanding patterns. It's about understanding the sort of the variation of those patterns, and literally being able to make music. So we find a lot of people who get involved in this space, whether they come from a process perspective or a customer experience perspective, have got those sort of strings to their bow, if you want to put a pun on the music thing. But they have these different abilities and skills And sometimes we sort of come into our respective businesses and we leave those skills at the door. But I find that the people who are really successful with this stuff are able to actually use the sort of, in your instance, the language of music.
Okay.
You know, one of my sort of close colleagues, James Dodkins, he's the CX rock star. Some of you will know of him. And he does exactly that. He brings music very much into the room when he's coaching and training, doing his keynotes and all those other sort of things, and gets everybody playing instruments, even if they're not musical. So it is patterns. So I very much respect that, the sort of classical piano. I bet you've got a lot of other things that you do as well, Eldon, but we'll talk about those in due course, I'm sure.
Yeah, we will. Thank you.
Good, good. And Yogesh, are you in the room?
Yes, I am, Steve. Good to meet you again. And
yes,
we actually made the time for the training, which is super awesome. Really looking forward to it. So I'll dive straight into it. And I think I'm going to echo quite a bit of what Eldon just said. But yeah, my name's Yogesh Freiling, and I'm part of the CX group. So a management consulting environment that wants to and has the ability to move from creating awareness and buy-in in organizations through to the implementation of solutions, all customer experience related. And then I think what's my biggest customer experience process struggle right now, I think just echoing what Eldon said, we've had, I think everybody's read what they need to read on customer experience from an African perspective. But when it comes to the selling of what customer experience truly is in organizations, is always an uphill battle. And I think the other thing that we're faced with from a challenge perspective is, people are starting to talk about, okay, we have this VOC solution in now, where's the money? Where's the silver bullet? Where's the, the next level on the NPS scorecard, and where's the money in the bank? So they're starting to have those challenges, and we're coming in and trying to make them see it a bit differently. So I think we always keep an eye on what's happening globally and try to learn lessons from there to apply it here, because I think they also went through the same processes that we're going through now. So it's always good to learn what the rest did and then taper it to what South Africa can do or Africa can do. So yeah, I think that's where we are. For the next week, for me, I just want to uncover the, what are the nuggets that we can take out from this training to be able to obviously help with education in Africa, but also how we could practically apply this, the nuggets that we pick up here into our daily conversations and work with clients as well. Yeah, one interesting fact about me, let's see, I don't know whether it's interesting. I've got a black belt in karate. Yeah, does that work?
Absolutely. That's patterns, isn't it? And you can always beat the clients up if they're a bit resistant to your ideas.
Yeah.
Yogeshi, that's a good one. Yeah, you can beat them up. Sorry, I just, yeah.
Don't you tell on me, Tommy.
I'm sorry, I just was, yeah, that's such a classic. No, that's great.
Cool.
Good. No, thanks for that, Yogesh. And back 30 years ago now, when my girls are now, ladies in their 30s in their own right, we've got several grandkids. But back in the 30s, I was a third dan black belt in Taekwondo. So I don't have that level of fitness anymore, but I do like to get out and do a bit of skiing. But again, it patterns, if you think about, those sort of martial arts and the disciplines that go with that, it's all about understanding patterns. So it's always been a draw for me, is where different people's patterns and their motivations. And so it's, I tried to, in my 30s, train my young girls back then, to defend themselves and give them that sort of robust sort of backbone, so that they didn't have to fear life, they could get out there. And again, that's another pattern. So thanks for that, Yogesh. I'll have to bear in mind, next time we're physically in the room, I mustn't upset you. I must remember that. So.
I will be scared as well. So yeah,
Good. Thanks for that.
Cool.
I'm going to get this pronunciation wrong now because I always do. So Kamani?
It's Kamini. Everybody
Kamani.
seems
Oh,
to.
that sounds beautiful. Say that again.
It's Kamini.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, that's very nice. Kamani, welcome. So I'm going to
Thank
get
you.
that name wrong all week. And
I know
anybody who
everybody gets
knows
it
me
wrong.
well, anybody who knows me well, I get my daughter's names wrong now. It must be something to do with the, how many decades I've been on the planet. But welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So you know that I've been engaging with you from the beginning of the year for this course. And finally, I've got to book myself on and I'm available to actually plunge in completely. I'm quite excited about today and the next few days. But for those of you that don't know me, I am Kamini Naidu. I'm based in South Africa, in Johannesburg. I am a senior principal consultant for human-centered design and a behavioral economist. I've been practicing now digitally for the last 10 years. And I love everything that I do about my job. I also do have a business. We are a full human-centered consulting firm. In terms of my role, I think in South Africa, especially in the different banks that I've been in, it was mainly around customer experience, but also managing different design disciplines like service design and UX and UI designers. So I have had a broad spectrum in terms of where I am at the moment. And the reason why I left these corporates or to say is that every time I did something, I just did it better and greater. And I felt that I could exercise, my craft a little bit wider than the four walls. And especially here in South Africa, especially when it's output driven and you can, explain and show the results, it becomes a little bit easier. But I also do have to agree with Yugeshri in terms of, what is the biggest struggle right now, and Alden, is that as things are evolving, things are moving quicker and faster. And clients, for example, like in the C-suite, they want to know what results this brings in. So if you have to compare something like a design, like a UX designer, for example, it's quite tangible and you're able to showcase very quickly. Whereas from an experience perspective, they have to, it's a lot for them to think about. And how do we actually demonstrate that? So that is one of the biggest, struggle. It must probably be the biggest challenge at the moment. So hence today I sit here so that I could learn a little bit or pick up a little bit and apply it to myself as an individual and how we take this forward. One interesting fact about myself, I don't know. I love animals. I mean, I'm a dog lover. I take care of my little one, and like at the end of every quarter, literally we go out to the shelters and give out a lot more than just food and things that these animals would actually need, but just give time. And I think for me, time is the biggest essence. So that's me in a nutshell.
That's fantastic, and again, that sort of I find a great theme in our community, the CX community, is this whole idea of giving back. Finding ways that we can use our own skills to actually make whether in your case animals, but other people's lives, easier and more successful. So I think that's a quest for all of us, isn't it? So whether it's your immediate family, whether it's colleagues, it's friends, or out there in the community, is how can we make people's lives easier? So I always see that as a common thread that touches on the CX
and
folks.
I think also it's got a lot to do with empathy, especially in in the jobs that we actually do. And from my perspective is what I'm employed to do is not, I don't see it as a job. It literally is just an offering of who I am and how much this actually is purposeful and meaningful to the rest of it. So that's how I see it, and I think that's why there's such a single thread in terms of what we actually do.
Fantastic, good. That's thanks for that. That's this intro bit. Why I asked for that interesting fact is, though the material we're going to navigate through is structured in such a way, and you could have this video on demand, but it doesn't. Honestly, it doesn't work really well with video on demand. You need to get the interactivity between people. And so one of the reasons I asked for the interesting fact is that changes how the material is presented to you. It also changes the case studies. So for instance, I'm thinking, you know, if you're into that sort of animal thing, you know, and helping out with animals, there's a couple of case studies there of organizations that we work with, one in Utah, over in the States, and the US's largest animal sanctuary. And they've been applying the principles we're all going to go through this week in that sort of context, and in doing that, being so much more successful in terms of what they would talk about recuperating animals. So being an animal sanctuary, what they want to do is help to place animals as well. But they also have this massive ranch where these animals can roam free and, you know, live out their lives in a much nicer way than they could do, say, in a central city location and stuff. So there's ideas in there that we can bring in. So I'm not so much sure about Yogesh and the karate thing, but I'll think of something around that one as well. Good. Do we have any other live folks in the room? Because I said we've got 13 registered for the program, and a couple of those I know are in the States, so it's going to be an unearthly hour. But just for the folks who are in here, all this material is recorded, so you'll be able to get access it shortly after we finish the sessions each day. The way the sessions operate is we do like 2 hours, the first 2 hours, then we have a break for 60 minutes, and then we come back and we sort of finish up with more sessions. But I always leave time at the end of that sort of 5-hour sort of time scale so that you can start to do the exercises. I find it's great talking about this, but the doing of it is the fun thing. So what I would like to do is introduce those exercises and then leave you with at least 30 minutes at the end of each day's session, which is within the 5 hours, so that you don't have to go rushing off to the next meeting. You can actually think about some of the things we've been through, some of the learning and things like that. If at any time there's questions, just stop me in my floor. People will say I can talk for England, and given half a chance, I will do. I'll just relate. I'm a granddad, so granddads like telling stories, don't they? So I love the sort of storytelling bit of all this as well, and being able to bring other people in. So it's supposed to be as interactive as we can make it. So stick your hand up, say, Steve, can I ask for clarification on that? Sometimes you may want to do a one-on-one, and we'll get on a call, you know, following on from the sessions, and do a WhatsApp call or a Zoom call or something like that. If there's issues you want to talk through in terms of the work you're doing, how that plays out, if you want to discuss confidential things that you don't necessarily want into the open forum, that's great. You'll also be given access to a Dropbox location once we've finished this each day. And in there is all the exercises we're going to talk about. There's supplemental videos. I'm not one of those people who likes to do this virtual stuff and then just have you sitting there watching videos. Yeah, well, what's the point of that? You know, we can watch those offline. So I'll be pointing you out. Some of the videos are in the deck, but I'll be sort of saying, look, go and watch that offline later. That's good fun. And what they'll do is they'll help with the build. And then there's also a mountain of case studies around all the things that we're going to be talking about. You get access to that. We've also put this program, the ACX Masters program, inside of a software called the Experience Manager. And I'll be showing you that. If not today, I'll spend some time showing you tomorrow how that works. Now you can access all this stuff within the software. The usefulness of that, I'll explain more fully, but in all of my career, I've never recommended software, or even having run technology organizations, I've never recommended a piece of software before. Excuse me. And then 3 years ago, James Dodkins, CX Rockstar, I saw one of his interviews of this guy over in the States, and coincidentally he's based in Denver as well, and they were running this company called the Experience Manager. I've got a frog in my throat. Let me just sort that out. And to all intents and purposes, if I could have created a piece of software which would deliver all the stuff we're going to be talking about, this will be it. The neat thing is, as masters, you're going to get lifetime access to that. Well, as long as the company exists, anyhow. It sells. It's actually out there, sold, and it's been into large organizations. It's just going through a shift, but more on that later on in the week when we get to it. So that's a bit of the backdrop. We've done our introductions. That's fantastic. Is anybody else on the live call? No, that's good. So guys, if you're on the recording of this and you haven't had a chance to introduce yourselves, what I'm going to ask you to do is pick up those bullet points and refer to them in the WhatsApp area that I'll invite you to, so we can get a little bit of background about the other people who are on this journey with us. We've also got the chat room, which occasionally flashes at me. No, I don't think so, actually, unless they've signed into the Experience Manager in another life. The question was, has anybody in here used the Experience Manager? I know a couple of people who are doing this as a recorded thing. They're already into that platform, right? And basically, it's not meant to replace anything that we're going to go through and learn, but it's a repository, it's a collaboration tool, but it's also got an innovation engine in there. One of the things I'll be teaching you tomorrow is how to innovate innovation. So we'll be looking at some techniques that we can use, which will take innovation to a completely different place. And to give you some sort of idea of the size of that, back in the day when I was in corporate land, and somebody said to me, Steve, I could help you improve your sort of costs, revenue, service by 5%. I would have snatched your hand off if you'd have been a consultant able to do that for me. We're going to talk about improvements in the magnitude of 80 or 90%. Right? So when we talk about the justification for doing CX, and we talk about ROI on CX, or as James would say, ROXI, return on experience investment, when we think about those sort of things, if you can put into your mind that we're going to be looking at improvements in the magnitude of 80 and 90% in terms of cost, revenue, and service simultaneously, that's a whole new world order. Right. And initially, when you're talking about it, it doesn't seem plausible because we've been used to those incremental single-digit improvement levels. But organizations doing this stuff in the way I'm going to share it with you this week are able to do that sort of thing and innovate innovation. So tomorrow I'll talk about it. So why I'm saying that now is within the software, we have an innovation toolkit which allows you to do all the things we're going to do manually and cerebrally this week, actually within the software as well. But more on that when I get to it. As I say, if you want to put anything in the chat room, feel free to drop things in the, I'll be sharing some links and things like that in the chat room as well. But everything you're going to get is recorded. You're going to get the physical copies of all this material. I've already been in there and prepared day one, but I don't compile it until the end in case we go and ski off piste for a while, and I'll bring in some more slides after the first session. So any questions so far? Are we good? Right, fantastic, good. Thanks for the thumbs up there, that's good. So let's get into it then, shall we? We've done the introduction. So what is this program you're doing? Now, I mentioned there's different perspectives on improving and transforming our organizations. And rather like Eldon, I spend quite a bit of my time in the processy world. Being an industrial engineer, one of the first things that I was taught was how to do swim lanes. Right? Are we going to do swim lanes this week? No, we're not going to go anywhere near swim lanes this week. We're not going to go too close either to some of those traditional techniques that people used to use. I also, for my sins, am a Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt, and I'm a manager of the largest Lean Six Sigma group on LinkedIn. And people go, yeah, but Steve, you talk about outside in and customer centricity and all that, and you go, it's all the same stuff. It's all about improving our environment so we can get better. But unfortunately, some of the things like Lean and Six Sigma and techniques of that ilk, they were never created with the third decade of the 21st century in mind. They did what they did very well, but their usefulness at the moment is limited because we're living in a completely different world with different challenges, different opportunities, different issues. So I'm going to reflect on that as well. But safe to say, what you're looking at here is what we've called the pathway diagram. And the pathway that you guys are on this week is over there on the sort of left-hand side in the yellow box. And that's talking about people who are coming at this stuff from a customer experience, a CX perspective. But there are other people who are coming at this from a process perspective. That's the green one. And fairly classically, they come along to a program and they'll be coming at it from either being Lean Six Sigma people, or they're indeed BPM people or re-engineering people and so on. And this takes them on that journey where we start with their bedrock of understanding and get them into a place so that by the time we get to the sort of the champions level, we're all pretty much in the same place. We all realize this is the same stuff that we're all doing. So whether we call it enterprise architecture, customer experience, process transformation, we're all trying to do the same thing. We're trying to make our organizations and our people better so they can deliver better products and service for our customers and make our own lives improved along the way. Of course, organizations in for profit will measure things in terms of revenue and margin and shareholder value and stuff. Non-profits, governmental organizations. However, it is all the same stuff, as I'll hopefully demonstrate. The purple pathway on the right is only a really sort of a genesis of the last 18 months or so. And what's that about? It's about, there's general people in business who don't have CX experience and don't have process experience, but they need to get their heads around the need to be able to transform successfully. So there'll be in the line business people who perhaps from finance, perhaps from sales, all these different departments that we've got, who are needing to understand some of these core principles we're going to talk about, but they don't have a bedrock. They don't come at it from a point of view, oh yeah, I've been in the CX space for 5-10 years or whatever. They don't have that sort of grounding. They may have different types of understanding of organizations. So that what these different pathways do is allow people to access this stuff outside in thinking, or working backwards, as Jeff Bezos at Amazon would say, allow them to actually reframe that. The red column that you can see there, Accredited CX Specialist, that's a program run by James, who is a video on demand program. And again, it's another amalgamation that talks about people who come at this stuff, who are getting the first grounding in CX, for instance, who need to understand how does this play out on the big picture. So there's a terrific program there that I can give you access to as well, which is video on demand. So you sign up, you do it when you want, and so on. Just as you can sign up and do this one live or watch the recordings later. I will also say, when you get access to the material, the Dropbox material, this program running through the sort of the virtual world as we have been doing in this last 6 to 12 months, that you'll see some of your previous colleagues in there as well. Where that material's there, and it's there by design, because the way we deliver the program beyond day one is dependent on your needs. And I'm going to explain that more fully when we get to doing that needs assessment. But it's based around structuring the material so you get best from it. And of course, everybody who comes on the program is from a different background. So each program is slightly different. So you have the opportunity to hook into their videos by session as well, but also see some of the material they navigated through, pull down the PDFs, have a look at them, contrast and compare if you've got time to do that sort of thing, and see what examples they worked. So that's there for you. Any questions on that? I'm aware I can go off on sort of talk for England, as it were. So you're aware of that. Some of you may well think, once you've completed the Masters at the end of these 4 days, is you want to go on and be champion. And I'll talk a little bit about it towards the end of the week. But summarizing that, that's all about strategy, leadership, and execution. How do you do this on a global scale? How do you take very large, complex enterprises and get them to buy into this stuff? And then in turn, some of you may go on and become mentors in your own right, where you can then get a license to actually train and deliver this material. So I think I've said enough about that for now, but show that you're on some well-trodden pathways here with hundreds of thousands of people who've gone before. On the CX side of things, bit of the genesis on that. We ran our first customer experience program in 2006. And that's when I co-wrote a book called Customer Expectation Management. So before anybody else was talking about CX, we were involved. Where we learned that, we'd taken one of the methods that we had when we were working with the Virgin Group in the States, and they told us that the method was inside out. I was like, what does that mean? And they said, well, it's all about doing stuff and improving efficiency and effectiveness. And you go, yeah, that's what it's about. And they go, no, it's not. It's about the customer now. So we spent 5 years developing what became the CEM method, the Customer Experience Management method, and it came out into the public domain in 2006, and now it's in version 12/13. So you can see you've got a journey that people have been on. Some people who came on the program 10 years ago, this is complete, 90% of it is different. It's not the same beast anymore because, of course, times have changed. But I'll get into that as we do it. So why are we all in this room now? Well, this chap's the reason why. And one of the early videos, this was, anybody ever guess when Steve Jobs came back into Apple and he said those immortal words, the customer experience is the process? When was that? Any guesses? So nobody's putting anything in the chat room. Nobody wants to say. All right. None of us would be here today if it wasn't for Steve Jobs. None of us would be talking about customer experience in this way. 1997, right? And this, oh, thank you there. I can see that. Yep. 1997. It is when he came back to Apple, right? And they brought him back in because Apple was struggling back at that time. And what he wanted to do at that conference was reframe the thinking of people. So this particular video, which I can play, but bandwidth restrictions will probably kill it. But have a look at this offline. So I'll just have it going. And what he was actually talking about was that. No, I'll stop that. Right. What he was talking about was you can't start with the technology. You can't start with your processes. You actually got to start with the customer experience. You've got to figure out what the customer's needs are, and then you've got to work back to actually be able to deliver those needs. Figure out how you're going to align everything that you're doing to delivering those needs. That was the first time I'd heard of. I wasn't at the conference, by the way, but I was fortunate in the early noughties to interview. There was a chap called Jeff Bezos, and he was running a company called Amazon, who weren't doing too well at the time, but nevertheless, they were beginning to sort of cast their net wider and beginning to outperform other companies in the space. So I was very fortunate before he became the richest guy on the planet to interview him for one of the earlier books, the Customer Expectation Management book, and asked, when did you get this stuff? And he said it was from that conference in 1997, the Apple Developers World Conference, where Steve Jobs said a number of things, but amongst them, the customer experience is the process. And also, don't start with the products and services you want to deliver and find a market for them. What you've got to do is you've got to figure out what the customer needs are. And as Bezos wrote the book called Working Backwards, but you've got to work backwards from those customers to actually figure out what it is you need to develop for them. Most of the time, most of the people say, yeah, we're doing that customer-centric thing, but they're not. They're effectively putting lipstick on a pig. What I refer to, and you'll hear I'm quite outspoken, the soft and fluffy brigade. It's all about brand perception. It's about image and stuff. No, it's not. It's about your delivery of successful customer outcomes to your customers. That's very simply what this stuff is about. So we need to get really clear line of sight. So you'll see a number of videos like the Steve Jobs one. There's another one as well, which is the picture of the desk as it was in 1980s and the desk as it is now. And it is so completely different. Now, why did I pick on the 1980s? That's when my career started, right? But so many of our organizations are still managing themselves as if that's the world we live in. Because, of course, it's now changed. So a reminder of what we're going to cover off, the what and why of outside in. Let's nail that. Let's get that understood in terms of why I use that as a catch-all phrase, regardless of the way that you're coming at this stuff. What do I mean by that? Also, this idea of if we start with the customer, we really have to understand who our customers are and what their needs are. And then we can indeed do that thing about, working backwards. So we have a couple of mechanisms which help us get that understanding of the customer. It's the outside in strategic matrix, which will reframe process and experience in that context. And then the successful customer outcome canvas. So 2 or 3 different techniques, and I'll introduce some others along the way. So there's that 1980s desk, as you can see there, and it's quite cluttered, isn't it? It's quite sort of embarrassingly so, with all these different things and the fractional way we used to look at the world back then. And over time, of course, all these things have become amalgamated. They become rolled into 1 or 2 devices at best. So much so that when we bring it up to the present day, the desk looks so completely differently. And yet many organizations are still managing themselves as if the world is fractional and functional in silos, in all these different subdivisions of labor, in all these departments. So part of this early shift I want to do as we have this discussion is to introduce some of the ideas that have allowed us to move away from that view of the world with that complexity of the 1980s, which was all these different devices. And how do we harmonize them around one thing? Of course, the harmonizing around one thing is the customer. That is the one thing we can all agree that we're here to do, regardless of what organizations we're working for. It's the customer is the one thing that we should all be thinking about. So good, people putting things in the chat room, that's good. Yeah, so Eldon's just put a point in there about the need, the difference between customer desires and needs and so on like that. And that's something we're going to deal with very quickly in terms of this massive difference between needs and wants. So hopefully I'll be able to provide you with some links to that as well, guys, as we go through it. So the desk, why do I do the desk is, well, the one on the right, 2017, many of us would argue now the laptop's gone and we're doing everything through our smartphone, all right? What is that about? We can live our lives. And of course, we've discovered in the COVID world as it is now, is many of the things that we regarded as being absolutely essentials for us to be able to do work, they're less important. We could do everything to all intents and purposes through a smartphone. Yeah, it's nice to have a big screen now and again, but do we really need that? Do we need that for collaboration? Perhaps. Smartphones are just as good, and they may be more flexible in that way because we can take them with us wherever we are. So the whole world has shifted and changed, and yet many organizations are still living back in, it's not just 1980s, it's sometimes it's a Victorian paradigm. It's a world that we left behind a long time ago. So let's think about that in terms of this outside in thing. What do I mean? There's a couple of diagrams I always use. If I get invited to go and talk to the C-level team or the board and that sort of a thing, and it would be really easy to sort of pontificate and go on about the glory of customer experience, the glory of customers and stuff. But I think, as we've already acknowledged, some of those folks are like, where's the money? Why am I going to do this? Tell me what are the results I'm going to get. And I already teased you with that 80 or 90%, massive improvement. And not surprising, when we do consultancy work, even though we're not for profit, back in the day, John was the founder or a co-founder of the BP Group. As I say, he was one of my colleagues at Citigroup. We were fighting both to be CEOs back in our late 20s. And one of the things that, John will often talk about is this whole issue and this sort of size of change. And some of the early consultancy work we did on a rewards risk basis. And I remember once upon a time, we were working with an investment bank in London. And we agreed with them that we would take 0.1% of the revenue uplift over 12 months. And literally the check was in the millions, right? Now, I'm not a millionaire. We work for a not-for-profit, right? So we run, the way we contribute and do back is we've got things like we fund a school in India, in a place called Pune in India, where we have a school of kids, and we set that up like 14, 15 years ago now. And all those kids who were at the beginning now, they in turn have become teachers and mentors and stuff. We fund other charities. So I mentioned I do hypnotherapy. So for a month of the year, we go and give ourselves back to communities, and I've worked with traumatized kids. So we take them to the Rockies, we set them up for, and we stay in a ski resort in August usually. We haven't done it this year, unfortunately, but we stay in a ski resort, which is, of course, in August. There's no snow. So at that time of the year, though, those premises are really cheap. So we can get like 40 or 50 kids in, and then there's people like myself who are giving back with different healing modalities and stuff, and we all come together. And I like to think all we're doing is helping them find better patterns in life. So a couple of years ago, we had a lot of kids from Somalia. Why am I saying this? Because life should be outside in. Life, we should think of it from that perspective about what is the outcome I'm trying to achieve. Now, is everything I'm doing aligned to achieving that outcome? Right? And so often it isn't, as with our organizations. So the two slides I show are an amalgam. I'm going to walk you through this, not just as two slides, but as a build. And I'll give you the sort of two slides as well. And there's little webinars I do around this. But basically what it does is we'll reframe this thinking and what Steve Jobs actually meant. So let's have a look at what I mean by that. So industrial-age thinking, the inside out thinking, right? So the baby's deliberately on there, by the way. So we start with products and services traditionally. So we have a product, we have a service, and we now want to go and find a market for it. So what we'll do is we'll then think about the market through a lens of segmentation. So what we'll do is we'll think about people in terms of what's the demographic of the people we want to sell our products and service to. So we have a whole series of demographic data in there. How much do you earn? What's your education level? What's your family situation, and so on? And having agreed those and put things into those segmented buckets, we then go out and start saying, okay, let's take our products into the market. Who should our customers be? Right? And customers come in all different shapes and sizes, as we know. And we then pitch our products and services into those customers. Again, traditional industrial age thinking. And what we find sometimes is that we've developed products and services and we end up pitching them at the whole world. The market is huge and develops lots of questions and exclamation marks and so on like that along the way. And we find ourselves pitching at the whole world. And then what do we end up with? We end up with this big, bad mess, this big convoluted mess. Well, why is it a big, bad mess? Well, as I'll go on to explain, the structures that we've inherited in terms of how our organizations work were never designed for the third decade of the 21st century. They were designed like factories to improve efficiency and effectiveness, to improve processes, to improve productivity, right? And yet we come along with all these different ideas of, oh, as I'm going to introduce in a few moments, customer enlightenment, customer promiscuity, customer rebellion, all these different sort of things. We've had to graft them onto a structure that was never created to do that stuff. So we end up in this big bad mess where everything seems to be hinged on something else. Before you can do any change, it seems to be inordinately complex and so on. Well, this reframing, if we start genuinely, and as Steve Jobs was telling us, back in the day, get beyond this industrial age thinking. Think about starting with the customer experience, then working backwards towards the technology. How would that actually work? What could we do? So the whole philosophy that I'm going to be sharing with you this week starts with this idea of customers. If we can start with customers and understand what the needs are, and then instead of segmenting by circumstance, categorize those customers by the needs that they've got, right? If we understand that, and I'll introduce a bunch of templates like the North Star alignment template came out of Amazon, the outside in strategic matrix, and the successful customer outcome canvas. Those are sort of three of the, if you like, the seminal templates that you're going to use, right? Once we understand those categories of need, only then do we design products and services which could actually deliver against those needs. And we end up in a world which is much simpler, much more straightforward, much more fluent in terms of delivering successful customer outcomes. So that's the old ethos of outside in. So if you wanted to summarize outside in 2 slides, the first slide, the industrial age, the second slide, this customer age thinking, start with the customer, figure out what their needs are, not what they say they want, not necessarily what they desire, but what are the needs? And let's get really specific about that. Let's get scientific about the customer experience. Let's quantify those needs as metrics. And then let's understand in terms of our capability and what we're doing, are we delivering against those needs? So any questions on that so far? That's a bit of the theory behind all this stuff. No questions? That's good. Sometimes people think it can't be that simple. Well, how do you think people like Gilead Sciences, the US's most profitable pharmaceutical company, in the first year of deployment of this whole outside-in philosophy, removed 2/3 of their total operating costs, 2/3, 66, 67%, and at the same time reduced the price of their product by 50%. So increasing margins, increasing profitability, pleasing the shareholders, pleasing their customers who are frequently people with chronic illnesses that need medicines that were unfortunately really expensive before, not as expensive now, right? That's how they did it. They reframed themselves from the outside in. So I'm going to show you the techniques to do that. You'll be able to deploy. It's completely scalable to the smallest process to the largest one. I'll just pause for thought then, take any sort of questions that we've got. Keep an eye on the chat room. Yep, and the question is who's doing this in South Africa? Interestingly enough, my first trip to South Africa was like 25 years ago when I was working with Citi and we were setting up sort of a branch network and infrastructure. And there are discussing this with colleagues last week who were on our team meeting call on Friday. And we were sort of saying, where are the people qualified the most to actually do this stuff? And if I go around the world, the people, if I look at the constituency, the most people who are qualified in this are in the US. Secondly, the UK. Thirdly, South Africa. Isn't that interesting? Not just South Africa, the whole of Africa now. So we're thinking of Kenya, Nigeria, Botswana, Tanzania. There's the Tanzanian people tell me it's Tanzania, Steve, not Tanzania. No, so, English phonetics and stuff. But yeah, so the answer to that question is there's a very large constituency of people in South Africa who are qualified, a number of different companies. Some of you will be aware of who I work with when I'm in South Africa, sort of physically. But I'll share a list with you tomorrow. See, that's exactly the sort of question. I can share a list of companies where there's people already qualified in this stuff. Some people are qualified at the accredited customer experience professional level, which is this effectively the first 2 days of this. some at the masters level, some at the champions, and some at the coaching level. Our main partners, our non-exclusive partners in South Africa, a company called IQ Business. And within IQ Business, they've got a legion of people who are qualified and training in this, and they're constantly training across Africa, this type of modality, this moving outside in. And they do that through the certified process professional route for processing people, the accredited customer experience route, obviously, as you guys are doing, the customer experience thing, but there's also the certified outside in masters. So there's the generalists as well. So South Africa has a very big footprint as far as doing this. And I know, with people like Eldon on the call, who's been instrumental in improving the professionalism around CX. It's like preaching to the choir. This is South Africa. You are literally, if you're not leading the world, you're pretty much up there in terms of allowing people to reframe around customer experience in a more authentic way. No, I'm not going to be disparaging of anybody in our CX space because we're all trying different things. But oftentimes I see why CX loses credibility at a board level, because it comes across as being soft and fluffy. It comes across as being, it's let's make customers happy, yeah, but you can't make them happy unless you're doing the right thing for them. So I'm always like, let's figure out what the right thing to do is, and then happiness will follow. We can't just engineer happiness based on we're doing lousy things and let's run customer surveys and stuff. So as I say, I'm going to be quite outspoken about this, but at the same time, it's a big constituency. There's a lot of people in South Africa who are already qualified. So good thing about that is you can reach out and collaborate with them and network with them and bringing them into, more into the sort of community about, getting more scientific about this. Yeah. So CX being a science, that's the kicker you'll see on a lot of the things I do is we've got to get more scientific about customer experience. And when people see that I've come at this originally from a process industrial age background, they go, oh no, we don't want to do that. We don't want to get it like Lean or Six Sigma. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, for instance, let's have a return on experience. Let's not cloud the waters, muddy the waters, return on investment. Let's talk about how we make experiences really work for our organizations, and whether it's an internal experience of our employees or an external experience with our customers. To me, it's all the same thing. Now, we need clear line of sight on what the needs of our customers are, and then let's engineer things to actually deliver and align against those needs. So an early precept, this work goes back to some research 5 or 10 years ago now, with an organization called NASSCOM in India. And NASSCOM are the big software body for India. So if you're in India and running a software company, you'll belong to this sort of overarching body called NASSCOM, right? And I was doing this work with, it's quite a well-known person who works in Tata Steel. He's one of the senior execs. And we were saying about the changes that have happened over the last, this was back 2010, somewhere around about then, around about the first edition of Outside In, which I know Eldon said he's read. Well done. You're going to get the 10th edition now. And you're going to go, it's not the same book. It's called the same thing, but it's evolved and it's changed. And we were looking at how can our organizations not cope with this stuff? What are the failings for them? So this was the output of some of that research that we did across back in 2010, 2011, and 2012, subsequently across something like 3,000 global organizations. Right. So I'm going to walk you through how things have changed. And now, regardless of what business we're in, wherever we are customers, you and I have become enlightened, right? And we are not the same animal as was 20 or 30 years ago. Any questions before I begin that? Are we good? Good. Victoria, welcome. I can see you've snuck in the room there. So, Victoria, when you get to doing your introduction later on, if you can put that in the WhatsApp area, we've already, as you'll see on the recording, done a brief introduction of each other. But I'm going to be particularly interested in what you want to get out of these 3 or 4 days. All right. So we won't sort of digress from that at the moment. But welcome. So some of the other folks who are joining us as well. That's some unearthly hour wherever you are in the world. So you get tons of praise for doing that. So. Yeah, good. Right, so let's talk about this enlightened customer. What is that about? So as I was saying, we were trying to help organizations understand why doing the same old and just getting better at doing what you were doing wasn't good enough anymore. You need to reframe, like Steve Jobs was saying, like Jeff Bezos was doing for Amazon. We need to start with the customer and work backwards. Well, why? People say, why? And we're going, well, just in the same way I've explained to you that outside in is a different perspective on the way we do work. Rather than looking at what we do and how do we get better at what we do, let's focus on the outcomes we're trying to achieve and then figure out how to align to achieve them. And one of the reasons why we need to do that is customers have become enlightened. So what do I mean by enlightened? Well, for instance, when we're thinking about this, you and I demand choice, right? What do you mean the only color is black? No, I want it in different sizes and I want every color under the sun, right? So you and I actually demand choice. And what do I mean by that? Well, I want a variety of products and service, not just a singular, straightforward product. I want a whole variation of that. Oh, right, okay. So let's think of our functional specialist pyramids, right? And let's attach choice to it. We must give customers choice, because if we don't give choice and customers do have a choice, then they'll vote with their feet and they'll go down the road and they'll go and work with somebody else. So we've I'd like to put choice on there now. Oh, that makes things a little bit more complex, because before we wanted to remove variation, we wanted to standardize. But now if we have choice, that means that we have to have variation in there on our different processes and experiences. Okay, I can get that. We can probably do that. So we introduce choice. Now, along with choice comes another thing. What's that other thing? Oops, not rebelling. It's promiscuity, right? And people will say to me, Steve, I'm not promiscuous. And I go, well, that's a personal thing. But when we're talking about customer promiscuity, the first time I'd heard that phrase was we're working with a bank called Capital One. And this goes back to 2005-06. So as I said, at the time we were writing customer experience management, the book, which was the distillation of Virgin's approach to this back, a decade and a half ago. And this C-level executive at Capital One in the UK, based in a place called Leeds. So if you think my accent is sort of industrial north, the Leeds accent is something quite profound. Bargum lad. So if you watch Wallace and Gromit, you'll get where I'm coming from. It's very similar to that. And he said, Steve, you know what our problem is? I go, what's the problem, Dave? He says, you know our problem? It's customers. If we didn't have customers, our lives would be a lot easier. And I go, yeah, I've heard that one before. He said, no, you're not getting it. As a bank, we'll do, for instance, a credit card offering, which is 0% interest for the first 12 months. So you could take on board the credit card. You don't have to pay any interest for the first 12 months. And of course, customers are coming to us from all over the place because we're breaking the mold of banking at Capital One here. We're changing the world of banking. So we have these 0% products. But then you know what happens after 12 months? You know what those customers do? Yeah, they'll just go with anybody. They'll just leave us and they'll go with anybody. Where's the loyalty? Where's the affinity? Where's the trust that we built up with them? Do those customers not realize that though they can have this product for 12 months, it takes us 18 months to get our return on investment for the recovering all the monies that we've put into launching the product? No, the customers don't get that. And more than that, they just don't care anymore. They'll just go with anybody. Customers have become promiscuous, right? So sometimes when we do this in the live room, people will say, Steve, I'm not a promiscuous customer. I'm very loyal. And I'll go, okay, go in your purse or your wallet. And if you have more than one piece of plastic in there, you are a promiscuous customer. You are exercising choice, right? So let's think about that in our own context. Think about your grandparents, for instance, and the lives that they led. Were their lives much more sort of rigid and structured? So if they were fortunate enough to be able to afford a holiday or a vacation, would it be the same place that they went to every year? Did they always shop at the same store? Was the week already understood that on Mondays we had this for dinner, on Tuesdays we had that, and on Wednesdays we had that, right? The year was bounded by, the school holidays, the business breaks and things like that. Their lives were significantly more structured than ours are. But you and I are exercising choice and being promiscuous in that, in shopping in different places, going to different places, wearing clothes from all over the world, spending our leisure time in very, very different ways. And in the past, there's a whole thing that says they didn't have leisure time. You know, it was work, work, work until you died, unfortunately. So our world is a very different place. So let's think about this now. If our customers are going to be promiscuous, regardless of the line of business we're in, whether we're a for-profit, whether we're a government organization, people in government organizations say to me, "Oh, Steve, yeah, it doesn't matter to us," and because, you know, it's a given. They have to do business with us, you know, the tax office, they have to do it in this way. And you go, well, no, as a customer, as a citizen, we can exercise a lot more political pressure now to make change happen. You know, it's not, you can't just say, well, we're a monopoly, you don't have a choice. Yes, I do. I have a choice about where I can play now. I have a choice about how I raise this as an issue. Go on social media. You know, I have a choice about, it used to be sort of back in the day, we used to do this thing called total quality management. We used to have a poster on the wall which used to say, if you give a bad experience to a customer, they will tell 20 other people. Right? Can you imagine that? These days, in 20 seconds, I can tell my 2 million followers on Twitter, right, of the bad experience. Yeah. So the nature of the way customers live their lives has changed. So customers have become promiscuous. So here we go again. Here's our functional specialist pyramid subdivision of labor. Let's graft on promiscuity there. We have to have the capability to understand customers are going to be promiscuous. So what might have worked in the past in terms of trying to lock them in isn't going to work anymore. In fact, it might really sort of affect the bond of trust we're trying to build with customers. So that's the second aspect. The third aspect is this idea of rebellion. And rebellion could be exactly that. It can be vociferous. It can be out there. We can be complaining about particular customers. And one of the groups that I've shown in South Africa is that one of the groups that I participate in, which is a great group, by the way, is the CX Community of Practice, the CX COP. And the stories on there all the time. I mean, if you wanted to see people being rebellious, people calling out to other people and saying, do you know such and such a body, anybody from that organization. So we're much more vocal now in terms of if we have a bad experience or a poor experience, it's not just telling our immediate circle, but it's like getting that out there, calling it out. And then there's a more insidious form of rebellion. And we know if we've worked in financial services, this happens there, is where we'll have customers on the books, but they won't be transacting business with us anymore. And yet we have to maintain the integrity of that data. We have to look after those customers just in case they might come back and do business with us again. So we have an insidious rebellion, which is this turnover of people going to somebody else, but we're still maintaining them as if they're our customer. So rebellion. Oh, right. Functional pyramid specialist silo thing again. Oh, how can we build in the capacity that customers are going to be rebellious? What mechanisms do we need in place when, unfortunately, that might happen to us, where customers rebel against our products and services? We didn't have to think about that so much in the past, but now we do. But we need to get out of jail cards. We need to have ways of actually appeasing customers, ways of turning poor service around very quickly. Oh, okay, let's graph that onto the functional specialist pyramid. You see where I'm going with this? Our functional specialist pyramids were never created with these sort of things in mind. The next big one is expectations. So what do I mean by that? Well, back in the day, I've got the advantage of being a granddad. I can go back into ancient history and talk about them. There used to be a book that we all read when we were training up to be managers called Benchmarking. And it was a big orange book by a chap called Camp. Now, there's none of us who are in this course this week who are old enough to ever remember that. But you've got a business library, you might see Camp's book still there. And basically what it was how do you benchmark yourselves against your competitors? So I was in banking. Okay, so let's go and have a look at what other banks are doing around the same processes and same approaches. All right. That is completely out of date now, because our expectations aren't informed by the industry we're in as customers. So I'm not thinking, for instance, when I go and fly on British Airways and contrasting British Airways with another airline, because, well, it wouldn't be a very good experience anyhow. But I'm sort of thinking, why can't British Airways be like that restaurant I went to last week? Why can't service, be at where I am? Why do I have to go and ask for these things? Shouldn't it already be there? And a good example of an airline who are really good, and when I fly into Africa, South Africa, for instance, I try and use them as much as I can coming via Dubai, is Emirates, because they're pretty on the ball. Now, how did they get to be so good? Was that by contrasting themselves in the airline industry with other airlines? No, they weren't contrasting themselves with Disney, with Cirque du Soleil. And you go, yeah, but they're not in the same industry. And you go, that's irrelevant. They're delivering, those organizations, the Disneys and Cirque du Soleil, have become masters of delivering successful customer outcomes. So how do they do that? So for instance, how did Disney onboard their customers? Could we do that at Emirates? Right, great. So yours and my expectations of customers, as customers, are not informed by the industry we're experiencing. They're informed by all these other things in life. Ah, right. So functional specialist pyramid. I've got to understand customer expectations now. I have to understand how volatile customer expectations are. And now it's a moving feast. It's not a case of we can do something, then lock it into steady state. No, customers' expectations carry on evolving. Right? And where are they getting all these expectations from? Customers have always had them. It's just that now we're being informed by all our interactions. You know, you think about an entertainment service and then contrast it with Netflix, right? But where Netflix learning, they're not learning by contrasting themselves with another entertainment service. No, they're learning by going out to organizations who are in the same business as they are, but not the same industry. And that's one of the mechanisms we're going to talk about in a few minutes' time. And an observation there in terms of understanding the role of benchmarking against competitors. It's less benchmarking competitors, but as you'll see when I do the reframing around the outside in strategic matrix, there's a question we ask, and I may as well introduce the idea now, is we can ask, for instance, what industry are you in? Now that's what you do. So if I was in banking, I might say I'm in financial services. But there's a complementary question as we begin to ask about customer experiences. Well, it's not the industry you're in, it's the business you're in. And people go, yeah, but that's the same. No, it isn't. The business you're in is what you deliver on behalf of your customer. All right. So the reframing we can do there is that if I find people who are in the same business as ourselves, and let's use Southwest Airlines as an example. They say they're in the industry of aviation, right? But they're actually in the business of moving people. And what do I mean by that? Well, they want to move people both physically and emotionally. So who do I go and contrast myself again? Who would I benchmark myself against if I'm in the business of moving people? Well, it's not going to be other airlines, is it? It could be, say, Otis lifts, Otis elevators, right? They move people, right? We could go and see how they do that, right? We can go and see how they deliver a successful outcome, right? We could go and learn off other companies who are in the business of moving people. And there's one pharmaceutical we know who said they're in the business of moving people to a better place, improving their health, right? So let's go and see how they do that stuff. So our benchmarking isn't in the industry anymore. If we want to really get better at what we're doing, we go and benchmark ourselves against people who are in the same business. And the real nice thing about that as well is it's non-competitive. You can have some really profound collaborations with other people who are in similar businesses to yourself, doing completely different industries. And I'll explore that territory in a little while after the break. Oh, it might be before the break, you never know. So expectations, higher now than they've ever been, and not informed by the industry and informed by our life experiences. Right? So why can't a bank be like a really nice restaurant? What's to prevent it? Well, you don't understand banking, and I spent most of my career in the financial sector. Right. And when I go and look at people like in the UK, people like Monzo, who open 18 hours a day, you know, for walking in the branch in London, that sort of a thing. They have a completely different ethos around how they're running and organizing themselves. Right. I was very fortunate to be involved in the world's first internet-based bank, which was a company called EGG, E-double-G. Right, it was a subsidiary of Prudential Insurance in the UK. And back then, when we were creating the infrastructure within EGG, of course, we couldn't go and benchmark ourselves against anybody else in the industry because there wasn't another internet bank. We were the first in the world. So we had to learn to contrast ourselves with people who were in the same business. And what we decided we were in the business of was actually, you know, people's lifestyles. So being able to actually fund a lifestyle, right, is important in the financial sector. So who else is in lifestyle business? So go figure, and then benchmark yourself against those businesses. And because it's non-competitive, you end up with some really fruitful collaborations there. So expectations higher now than they've ever been. So what's the next one on? The next one on this is this idea of omni-channel, giving customers experiences which are seamless experiences depending on which channel they're collaborating through with us. Now that runs contrary to a lot of traditional process thinking, which was all traditional process thinking about standardization and removal of variation, right? When today variation might be part of your differentiation. Good variation in your processes, flexible processes that are able to deliver magnificent experiences. So we're not going to lock them into a straitjacket of one experience. So when we're talking about omni-channel, I don't want the same experience through my smartphone as I do through my desktop, as I do through my TV. The experience should be customized for my needs in that environment. So when we're thinking about sort of channel management, do we have that flexibility? Well, no, our IT systems are completely inflexible. You know, they do things in a particular way. So whether it's an SAP or an Oracle, you know, enterprise resource planning system or smaller systems, and, you know, people still have that desire almost to want to standardize and remove variation. Good industrial age precepts. And as an industrial engineer, some of the things I was taught to be able to do to remove variation and remove bad variation, yes. But we want to build into our processes and experiences all these different needs that customers might have. So when we're thinking about omni-channel, let's build for the experience we wish to create, because the needs may be different in that particular experience. And it can look quite significantly different. Well, our organizations were never designed to do that. They were designed to do, you know, good, efficient, effective factories, production lines, input, activity, output, or supplier, input, process, output, consumer. They were designed to do that stuff, not all this stuff to do with customer needs and all that thing. You know, that's really getting in the way of us being able to deliver 100% of the time the same product with the same experience. No, we need more flexibility than that. And then the final piece of this customer enlightenment idea is this idea, this came out of Apple originally, is customers have become professional consumers. So prosumer, right? Clever word, eh? And it was originally given to us from an Apple, as you'll see, one of the retainers is Apple. And back in the day when they were launching iPhones and things like that, what they were saying was that, look, customers have become so sophisticated now and they can access information wherever they are, that oftentimes they'll know more about our products and service than we do ourselves. So let's not kid ourselves that when we've got a branch and we've got people in the branch, that they're going to know about our portfolio of products, right? They're not. So let's not bonus people on sales. Let's bonus people on creating a magnificent experience, which allows the customer to get to where they need to be, deliver a successful outcome for all them. And yeah, let's have specialists and put them on a, you know, a geek squad or something like that. So you can go and ask those nerdy questions if you want to, but let's not go and train all our salespeople in product. Let's train our people in the branches to deliver fantastic experiences. Because if we can deliver an experience that gets to a successful outcome, customers will come back to us and they'll buy our products and services. So this whole idea of prosumer, whichever walk of life we think about, if you think about that in a business to business world, where you've got extended supply chains, right? Customers in those extended supply chains, other businesses, probably know more about your products and service than you do yourself. Why? Well, because we have such a variation of products and services now. We can't hope to really understand in detail our whole portfolio of products and for everybody to be able to talk to that. What we have to be able to do is to facilitate customers being able to get to an outcome that they wish to achieve. So I'm still, if you see me looking at a different part of the screen, it's where I'm going off into the sort of chat room. Yeah, so yeah, and Eldon was sharing the story around Microsoft and trying to change licenses and stuff like that. And exactly to the point we've just been saying, you meet a degree of inflexibility. That's not the way it works around here. You've got to do it like that. And people, if they've got the wrong mindset, they're still trying to force fit people into a very linear way of working. You know, it starts on the left and finishes on the right and goes from the top to the bottom. If there's a thing we've learned about customer experience in the last 20 years, it's that we have to create flexibility. We have to be, use these much maligned words, agility. We have to be agile, but it's not a case of making our rigid prescriptive processes agile. We need to rethink them. then they shouldn't look like a factory anymore. They shouldn't be left to right and top to bottom. We have to rethink how processes operate concurrently, simultaneously, in the moment. So this is the idea of the enlightened customer. One of the perspectives that's changed. So people will talk about, oh, the technology's changed. Yes, everything's changed. But if you're thinking about it, customers have significantly changed, right? Technology is allowing us to do business more easily than in the past, right? If you do it right, that is. But of course, examples might be Microsoft. Are they an outside-in company? Well, certain aspects of them are, we know they are. But there's other aspects of them which are still a legacy of the past. There's still a legacy of that old style, what I refer to as 20th century thinking. And that thinking might have been good in the 20th century, and we should have left it there because it's not appropriate to the third decade of the 21st century. That last point there is the customer experience bar has never been so low and so high at the same time. So people will use customer experience as they'll say, yeah, we're customer centric. And then you go and do an audit of them and you go, who's told you you're customer centric? You guys, you're not customer centric. And we have a maturities model I'll introduce you to sort of later on our journey together. But the whole point of that is there's a lot of talk about customer experience, but that old sort of picture I often think of is the lipstick on the pig moment. That's what they're doing, is putting lipstick on the pig might make it look a little bit nicer, but it's still a frigging pig. It's not changed fundamentally. So this shift to really customer-centric organizations isn't playing around on the periphery. It's not playing around on just the experience customers have. It's connecting the dots to every single thing we're doing in the organization. So I've been introducing to you in due course a thing called the customer performance landscape, which literally does do that. It connects the dots between every task and activity, every bit and byte on our systems through to a successful customer outcome. And we can build those, and you'll see some examples of that, and you'll have an opportunity to do an exercise around that. So any questions? Well, pause for thought on the enlightened customer and this sort of sea change that's happened. Are we good so far? Good, fantastic. All right. So there's a couple of videos in here I'd like you to watch. This isn't just happening in the world of business, is it? It's happening, as I said, it's all over the planet simultaneously. And this video isn't about goldfishes per se. This video is about the education system and the education system in the States, but it's not just the States in the US, it's all over the world. And it's almost as if our education systems were designed just to get the kids to work in factories, right? And I know we have exceptions to that, the Khan Academy, Montessori and people like that. We have the green people in Europe and so on like that who are doing education in a different way. But if we think about how education is, and particularly some of us who are parents and grandparents through this whole COVID crisis where we've been educating at home, and you sort of think, is this really going to help this little individual become a worthwhile member of society for the future? Or are we still teaching them how to work effectively in factories? Where's the mindset shift happening there? So watch the goldfish video, and he's a great guy. He's a US rapper. Don't let that put you off. And he explains this whole conundrum in education. But for education, read at every other aspect of our lives. It's as if our systems around us are trying to force us back into the Victorian era. It sometimes feels like that. I'm sure it does to you guys as well. So let's get away from thinking of the world as a very linear left to right, top to bottom, where we have a sort of an input, a process, and an output. And as I say, I'm a Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt, so I was one of the protagonists here. I was one of those people who were enforcing those strictures back in the 20th century on the world, and we were being quite successful with it. We had an approach, and I mentioned that, I'll segue off onto this now. We were working with Virgin in 2001. And we were using, our method was called 8 Omega. And there are still people out there licensed to deliver this method, right? And 8, it's bigger than 6, and Omega is better than Sigma. So you get where I'm coming from there. And that, it was a re-engineering approach based on Hammer and Champion's thinking back in re-engineer the corporation, don't automate, obliterate, all that stuff. And it went from discovery, analysis, design, validate, integrate, implement, control, and improve. So 8 stages, DAVICI, that's the acronym there. And we're working away with Virgin, and we've been quite successful through the sort of the 90s and into the early noughties. And 2001, and our sponsors at Virgin said, Steve, your method's good, but it's missing something. And I said, well, it's not my method. It's a method that's been evolved. You know, I did the pitter patter, but they said, no, it's missing something. I said, isn't Davici discovery analysis, design, validate? And they go, yeah, we get all that, but it's missing something. And I was pretty adamant at the time because we were getting success with it. And they said, it's missing, what's the C word? We all know what the C word is now. Customer. And I said, oh, no, you misunderstand. The customer's implicit in everything that we're doing. So discovery, analysis, design, you know, it's not good enough that it's implicit anymore. The customer has to be explicit. So this is where we spent the next 5 years developing in association with them, the CEM method, the customer experience management method, sometimes called the customer expectation management method. It's the same thing. As I say, it's now in version 12 and 13. It was originally launched in 2006. And the whole ethos of that, and though it's developed and morphed and evolved over that period of the last 15 years or so, is that it's all about putting the customer front, center, and logically is the reason why we're doing any of this stuff. It's not about making our processes necessarily better for the sake of making them better, more efficient and more effective. It was a realization to me, practicing 8 Omega back then, was that we were quite often fixing things that didn't deserve to exist. And you think about that and you go, well, any of us who were trained in lean, now one of the precepts of lean is this idea of doing root cause analysis, Ishikawa analysis or fishbone analysis, whatever you want to call it. And there was a whole realization that everything we'd ever done in lean was about fixing the effect. Because unless you understand fundamentally what the cause of work is, and we're going to get into that, then you may be fixing things that don't deserve to exist. Oh, Lordy be. Right. So it was like, you know, the ground opened up, swallowed me up in, you know, a period of 6 months. I was in abject denial of all my learning up until that point, which had been really, you know, successful for me, was this whole idea that the customer has to be the reason why we're all doing this stuff. And if what we're doing doesn't contribute to a successful customer outcome, we ought to stop it. We should be stopping it. We shouldn't be doing it. So that's been the journey that myself and colleagues have been on, you know, through the last few years, as we were taught by organizations like Virgin about how could you do this? How could you reorganize around the customer? How could we take those existing old style approaches, which were designed to make better factories, and how could we extend them out? How could we do, for instance, outside in lean? What would that be? What would it look like? So let's get away from this what I call production mindset. Now, that's not to say the people who were practicing it, myself included, were bad. It's just that it worked in simpler times, but it was never designed to do what we're trying to do in the third decade of the 21st century. So let's introduce to this the idea of the CM method. As I said, born 2001, Virgin were the drivers. As you know, Virgin have over 300 companies now. Some of the case studies we'll talk about later on, like Virgin hotels and things like that, still, you know, breaking the mold about how things sometimes often done that way still. And how do you break the mold of that? How do you reconfigure your services and products to meet customer needs, rather than create a service and a product and then go and try and find customers who want it? Right, not that way anymore. So the idea of the method, it's licensed in over 4,000 sort of companies around the world now, and it's 123 countries now. I must change that slide. Used in 118 countries. So there's people who are licensed to use the method. So whichever pathway folks are coming down, we're coming down the CX pathway this week. Next week, I've got a bunch of people who are doing the process pathway. Whichever pathway we're going down, the underpinning approach is called the CM method. And within that, there's some sub approaches like the North Star framework and things like that. But that's what I'm going to be walking you through. And the CM method itself is acknowledges that everything is process. There isn't anything that we're doing anywhere that isn't a process. So if we do karate, the doing of karate is a process, right? If we're making a cake, it's a process, right? If we're traveling somewhere, everything in life is a process. So we need to understand that. So when Jobs said the customer experience is the process, right? What he was saying to people was, stop thinking of process as a very linear production line thing. Process isn't that. Process is the entirety of from when the need arises to when the need is satisfied, which is something we'll come on to in due course. A process is actually the DNA of our organizations. It's our personality, it's our characteristics. It's how we hang together. It's how we do the stuff we do. Interestingly enough, in this day and age, process transcends the organizational boundaries. So organizations who get that move beyond this sort of very linear left to right, input, activity, output, and sort of say, okay, process really starts way upstream of an input and way downstream of an output. So how do we define that? How could we do that? So this idea that process transcends organizational boundaries, it's much bigger than the organizations and the silos that we're in. Steve Jobs' customer experience is the process. So James runs a quiz for us sometimes. And if you have an opportunity to get into the quiz, and I'll give you some links so you can do it. He runs these quizzes as keynotes and things like that. But we often ask questions about when were these statements originally made, who made them, and what was the intent behind them. And they're very deliberate questions because, of course, if we can articulate for our colleagues in our organization that the customer experience is process, they can then, you know, the scales can be shed from their eyes in terms of thinking of process as a Six Sigma, leany, BPM-y type thing, and think of process as, oh, yeah, it's life is a process. Everything is process. And I like it that you talk with marketing folks and they go, oh, we don't do process, we do marketing. Or technology guys, no, we do systems. And you go, it's all process. There isn't anything that isn't process. Right? And there's this weird duality, as it says there, between customer experience and process that usually gets ignored. Well, what do I mean by that? Well, if you think about it, the sum of all our processes is the customer experience. And yet it's the customer experience that causes all our processes. Oh my goodness me, can my brain encompass this? It's early on in the week. I don't know whether I can embrace that idea. It's the customer experience is the sum of all our processes, and yet it's our processes that create the customer experience. So there's that sort of weird play. So as we said, let's listen to 1997 Steve Jobs. You've got to start with the customer experience and work backwards, right? Don't start with the products and services that you've got and figure out how we're going to market them better. No, that's not the place to start these days. So even in very large existing businesses, I'm thinking of global enterprises here, is you can start this journey not by sort of saying, oh, we need a blank sheet of paper, let's start over again. No, you can start with the problem that's facing you at the moment and rethink it in this context. So in terms of the agenda, we've got sort of 15, 16 minutes before we have our first sort of extended break to let you stretch your legs and go and get another sort of coffee or water or whatever. I want to talk us about operationalizing customer experience. And people go, oh no, operations. Oh, no, we don't want to do operations. No, operations old style, operations new style, operations in the way that we can reconfigure work. And the three mechanisms we're going to use when we're talking about that: customer categorization, the outside in strategic matrix, and the successful customer outcome canvas. So before we dive into the want versus need, any questions so far? Share with me your questions. Speak now or forever hold your peace. No, you could speak anytime you want to, right? No questions? Are we good so far? So day one is like it's like a preamble. It's like taking baby steps on our journey. It's like as we begin to explore this territory, some of us are already there, but I always like to if we can get everybody on the same page, and then we can go from that point. Good. Right. And also, in terms of the chat stream, if you're sharing with everybody else as well, so if you've got resources you want to point other people at, we share the chat stream afterwards as well. So that will be part of the recording. So you'll get access to this. So if you're anything like me, and I sit through a lot of webinars and virtual things these days, it's quite natural for us to zone out sometimes. Right, but you're going to have the advantage because it's recorded. You can go back to it. So if you placeholders in the chat room, that's fantastic, and I'll share those with other people as well. Now, Eldon, I think you referred to this in one of the comments in the chat room. Is these needs versus desires? So I want to contrast two things here. I want to contrast wants versus need, and the difference between them. So, for instance, for any of us who've got children or grandchildren, or anybody who understands the concept of kids, that's all I need for you to understand here is the concept of children. we wouldn't go to them at the end of the end in the afternoon and say to them, what would you like for dinner? You know, especially to the really younger ones, the 2 and 3 and 4 year olds. Because what are they going to say if you say to them, what do you want for dinner? Yeah? Pizza, gummy bears, ice cream, chocolate with custard, right? All on the same plate at the same time with some fries, please. No, we don't. We know as good parents, good family members, we don't go and ask them what they want for dinner. Otherwise, they'll tell us and more fool us if we then go and deliver it. We know it's got to be something more healthy than that. And it's probably involves something on the green scale, like broccoli or something, right? And then give them a nice treat afterwards, because we want them to grow up to be healthy, responsible members of our society. We want them to be fulfilled, don't we? Whereas if we just feed them all the wrong things, right, they're going to get diabetes, or, you know, they're going to get all these sort of complaints that are not good for individuals and not good for society. We want them to be healthy individuals. Okay, so far? So why, when we go into business, do we go and ask customers what they want? And you go, no, we don't ask customers what they want. And you go, you do. You keep sending them surveys. You keep asking them how you're doing. Why do you do that? And you go, well, because how else are we going to find out? You say, wouldn't it be really cool if you already knew what they needed? And they go, yeah, but how do we do that without going asking them? So same way we do it with kids. We've got to figure out, how do we figure out what the needs are when oftentimes customers don't know it themselves? And that's not about want and need. So let me elaborate on this a little bit. The first person who introduced this idea to us was a lady called Susan Page, and she was the director of customer experience and operations for Disney, hence the picture. Nice picture of a Disney castle. And she was saying we realized progressively that doing lots of customer surveys and effectively asking customers what they wanted wasn't driving us strategically to the right place. We needed to get more scientific about it. So I want to take you back to 2010, and we're at Disney University in Florida in the US. So we're all sat around and Susan's giving us this presentation. So she said, this year we've started something completely different. We're not doing any customer surveys. They still do small ones, but we're not doing any big customer surveys. So we're not sending surveys out which say, you know, on the scale of 1 to 10, how did we perform, right? No, we're not. We don't want to do that because it's giving us misleading perceptual, emotional information. It's not good enough anymore. But what we do want to do is we want to understand what questions are customers asking us. So Eldon's going to know the answer to this, Eldon, because you've read the outside in book, so don't give it away. But basically, when a customer comes and has an experience with us, we want to understand what questions are they asking us. So she showed us a few videos, but one of the experiences was you've just arrived at the theme park, right? So if you've not been to Disney, it can be, you know, you have the kids in the car, are we there yet? Are we there yet? And it's a hot, sweaty day. And then you park the car with all these several hundreds of other cars, and you have to figure out, oh, you're in this car park, and they're all named after Disney characters. So I'm in Pluto 54. I'll write that down, knowing full well I've forgotten where that is by the end of the day. Hopefully it'll be in Google Maps. Right, save it. Put a flag there, right? Google 54, Google 50, Pluto 54, and then you proceed to go to the turnstiles to go in. And now they have these electric cards that you can use, which is effective. You don't need to take a wallet or a purse with you. All your money can be on the card, and there's only you can access it, right? So if you lose it, hey, somebody's not going to rob you of your holiday money or whatever. So you get in the gate, and then she said, we listen to the questions customers ask us, and we collect those questions. So back in 2010, what was the most commonly asked question just after you've arrived at the theme park with your family? And you turn to a cast member, what's the most commonly asked question in 2010? So California, Florida, France and China at the time, that's where the theme parks are and were. What do you think it was? Any guesses? And Eldon, you can't answer this one. Any guesses? So look over in the chat room, put it in the chat room if you want. What would be the question you would ask? You've arrived with your family. You've had a hot, arduous journey. All right. Yes. That would probably be at the end of the day. You guess, can you help me find my car? Yeah, and they actually have in Disney now. They have they call them keysmiths, and of course most of these things are electronic, but they have a range of electronic devices So if you've lost your car or your keys, for instance, and that's not an uncommon thing, is it? You can imagine in the theme park being on these rides and stuff like that. And there are people that will find your car for you. Right? So isn't that cool? Think about that sort of for a moment or two. Yep, the bathroom. That's exactly right. Excuse me, can you tell me where the bathrooms is? We all need the toilet. So not surprisingly, they're co-located at the entrances, you know, on left and right of the entrance. Right? But unless you know this story, you will not know what the second most commonly asked question in 2010 was. So you might think, oh, where's the restaurant? Where's Mickey? Could be any number of things like that, couldn't it? No, the second most commonly asked question in 2010 was, excuse me, can you tell me what time is the 3 o'clock parade? Think about that. Right. What time is the 3 o'clock parade? Yep, that was the second most commonly asked question. Right. And of course, the answer isn't, you dumb schmuck, it's 3 o'clock. Or, by the way, that poster behind me, which says, oh, P.S., the 3 o'clock parade is actually at 1500 hours. It's like 3 hours after noon, right? That's not the answer. Though that's what the customer has asked for, the answer isn't literally that. So what she said, what Susan explained to us, and Susan Page, she wrote a book called Business Process Improvement, which is all about customer experience, ironically, because that's what she was responsible for. But she thought, I'm not going to get business processing people to read it if I called it customer experience something. So she called it business process improvement. So sleight of mouth, eh? Not sleight of hand, sleight of mouth. So with that in mind, she said the second most commonly asked question was the 3 o'clock parade question. And you have to look at the context of the question. It was a young woman with 2 small kids. And what the young woman needs is, can you tell me where there's a water fountain to refresh the kids, an ice cream vendor, a little rise by where the parade's going to be at 3 o'clock? That's what she needs to know. All right. Where's there a rise sheltered from the hot afternoon sun with a water fountain and an ice cream vendor by where the parade is going to be at 3 o'clock? So she needs that. So you can discern that need, you can figure it out. But then, as I said, this is Disney University, so that's 20 of us sat in a circle around Susan. And then Susan says, however, if Steve asked me the same question, what time is the 3 o'clock parade? What I would say to him is, if you go down Main Street, the bar's on the bottom left-hand corner of Main Street. Different answer, because it's a different need. So we have to get really good at understanding the difference between needs and wants and get away from all those customer surveys. Right, and there's a great video at a Lean conference, believe it or not, where James Dawkins is in Iceland, and he's talking to the audience about how we've misshapen understanding, you know, what customers need by keep asking them what they want. And give you a real tangible example of this is when Apple invented the iPhone. The year they invented the iPhone, Nokia were the most profitable telecommunications company on the planet ever at that point. Right. And their reaction to Apple inventing the iPhone was to go and find out, well, obviously customers have changed what they want. Let's go and do lots of voice of customer surveys to actually discern what they want. And then let's design our products and service based on that. So in the year the iPhone was launched, Nokia had a phone called the N95. It was a good phone, it was a good business phone until the iPhone came along and the world of smartphones blossomed. They did an enormous voice of customer survey, and you know, I can't remember how many, you know, millions they actually spent, tens of millions of dollars they actually spent on the survey. And from the results of that survey, they designed a product called the N97. So after we finish today, go and Google Nokia N97, and you'll see what a Frankenstein of a phone. It just disintegrated. I bought one. Yeah. I'm like a, you know, bright shiny objects type of guy, you know, something new out there, I've got to go and try it. So sometimes I fall victim to products like the Nokia N97. And they listened to customers, and customers were saying things like, oh, we could do with a bigger screen. What about bigger keyboards? And that clamshell design, that Motorola had, that's pretty good as well. Oh, and could you do a stylus? So I've got a touch screen, right? And what a Frankenstein. They put all those things into the same product. And it was just too complex, too unwieldy, and literally would disintegrate. It fell apart. Right? So go and Google Nokia N97. Now, I'm not saying that they shouldn't have listened to customers. That's exactly what I've just said you should do. But it's listen to customers in terms of the questions they're asking you, not the questions you're asking them, right? because oftentimes it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And worse than that, we all know that oftentimes organizations will outsource their customer surveys. Why do they do that? All we're paying those customer surveys companies to do is to get customer surveys back in. And if you bonus them on a percentage of surveys they get returned, don't be surprised if they get, really, really good at that. And you're quite right there in terms of we need to understand customer behavior. And that's not about, it's like asking our kids, what do you want for dinner? No, we can witness the behavior. We can observe it. We can understand, are they happy? Are they motivated? And as I'll show you in a couple of days' time, wouldn't it be really cool if we could measure 100% of interactions 100% of the time? We would never have to do any retrospective surveys. All these surveys are like trying to drive the car by looking in the rearview mirror. We want to be looking forward. We want to be able to look around corners. We need to be able to develop and understand customer needs before customers understand that themselves. And when we can understand customer needs and deliver that, then sure enough, that becomes what the customers will say they want. So when Apple came up with the iPhone, we all wanted one. Of course we did. They created a need we didn't know we had, right? So we could replicate that. We could do that for any process, any experience, really anywhere. Yeah, and somebody's mentioned in the chat room active listening. Yes, absolutely. And of course, there's techniques in and around that. So when we're talking about sort of human-centric design and things, it's less the retrospective perceptual data and more the understanding what this information can tell us about developing expectations and needs. So that's really that sort of difference, if you like, between need and want. Hopefully that sort of makes sense, but we will explore that. So just before we take a break, I want you to think about, this is your first little, it's not a real exercise, it's just a mind game. So I want you to think about the cinema, the movies, going to a movie theater, the stuff we used to do pre-COVID. We all used to go and have a good night out and go to the cinema and stuff. So I want you to think about that for a moment. And regardless of this wonderful world of customer experience, you've come to an individual conclusion for yourself and your family. You're wasting your time in customer experience. You want to own a cinema franchise. So sure enough, that's what you do. You throw the towel in and you go and get yourself a cinema franchise, right? And there's method in this madness. Stay with me. So you're in the cinema franchise, and after 6 months, the franchise owner gets in touch with you and says, yeah, we'd like to come down and we'd like to see how you're doing, right? So next week, we're going to come down, and if you could draft us a quick report, tell us how you're performing and that sort of thing. What measures will you put in your report? So what I'd like you to think about over the next hour or so is, what measures would you actually be putting into your report? What would you want to report about how you were performing? So think about that, and we'll have a bit of a discussion about it when we come back. But at this point, what I'm going to do, and each day we're going to do this, we're going to have a 60-minute break now. All right, stretch your legs, go and get a coffee and stuff like that. Have a think about what we've been talking about, the difference between needs and wants, the promiscuous, rebellious, prosumer customer, and those sort of things. And whilst these are just sort of general principles, we're going to come back and we're going to start applying them through a set of templates and tools, so we can begin to figure out what customer needs are. We can make our process be the customer experience, and so on like that. So any questions before we take a break? Keep checking the chat room. So Yogesh, I've actually got a slide, Yogesh, that does that. That was one of the original ones, and I was blowing the dust off it the other day. And the first time I used that slide was I was at, and what Yogesh is saying is, Henry Ford said, if I'd have asked the customers what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. And I was at the Michael Hammer conference when he launched Re-engineering the Corporation. It was in London, and it was in 1992, right? And the year after that, in 1993, I was putting my first book together, Business Process Re-engineering, Senior Executive's Guide, and telling the story of what we'd done in Citibank at the time. And that slide is actually in that book. I managed to find it, construct it, and so on. It's still up there on the internet now, like nearly 30 years later. It's still doing the rounds. Some people would disagree that and say he never said that, but who are we to know? It's a damn good phrase, wasn't it? Actually figuring out what customers need. So, thank you for that. So if we have no questions, what I'm going to suggest we do is set your clocks for 60 minutes and we'll be back in the room. I'll stop the recording here so we don't have to sit through a 60-minute break in the recording. And then I'll restart it again and give you like a 2-minute warning before we come back together again. Does that sound okay? Okay, fantastic, guys. I'll see you back in this room in 60 minutes time. See you then. Thank you. Okay, guys, welcome back. Do we have a good break? Stretched our legs. I got myself a coffee, so I'm suitably caffeinated now. Good, fantastic. Good. So, how did you do with the cinema franchise? Anybody want to share what sort of metrics they would report with? Nobody sharing? Customer visit frequency. Yeah, that's a good one. Sort of, what's the footfall? What's the utilization? So we've got, yeah, repeat customers. Yeah, so that's how good are we are actually getting them to come back once they're visited. Usage. Employee satisfaction turnover rate, complaints versus compliments. Yeah. Tickets purchased by group size. Employee experience. Yeah, I think we've got the idea there. Now, there's obviously a reason why I'm asking you these questions now, and we'll revisit the cinema franchise later on once we've gone through the exercises with the templates and the new movies in a period. That's a good one as well. Yeah. So there's plenty there, and fairly typically when we look around our organizations and the businesses that we work with, we'll see the usual suspects popping up in terms of metrics. But what I want you to think about now is if you were able to successfully deliver great outcomes for your customers every time, and I refer to that as successful customer outcomes, if you're able to deliver those SCOs every time, a lot of the stuff that we count as being important, perhaps, revenue, the cost of doing business, the service we provide, they would come as a matter of course, rather than us necessarily directly focusing on them. So I'll just let that mull around, and then later on, you'll see the logic of that. And it will begin to change the way you think of metrics and how we measure success once we get that idea, but we'll catch that one later. So any questions on what we've covered so far today? Good with that? Fantastic. Right, so we're going to start getting into, the tools and techniques and so on. And what I like to think about the CEM method is when you sort of see it in the round, and we've gone through the 4 days, there's like 50 plus different tools and techniques that you could use. Some are an evolution on some of the existing business techniques, but some are quite radical and new, such as the North Star alignment template, which had its birthing in Amazon a few years ago. So when we're using those things, we obviously have a lot of choice about the way that we might navigate to actually deliver successful customer outcomes. By the end of the 4 days, you'll realize there's 5, perhaps 7 different ways you could navigate any experience or process to get to that. But what determines which ones will we use? Well, I'll talk a little bit about that in 2 or 3 days' time. But safe to say that all these templates and tools, it's like being a Michelin star chef in one of the fanciest kitchens in the world. And you've got every utensil and every finest ingredient you could ever have. But what determines the way you approach the making of a meal is the outcome you want to achieve. So if, for instance, I said to you, guys, I'd like cheese on toast for supper. That's going to involve some cheese, probably some bread, a toaster, and probably a knife. End of story, right? However, if I said I would like a banquet for 200 people on Saturday, please, then that's a whole different ball game, isn't it? A lot more utensils, a lot more ingredients, a lot more coordination. Whereas if we reflect back on the process world, we tend to have one linear way that we've set about improving anything. right? So business process improvement approaches and things like that, or re-engineering or BPM. And it's as if one size fits all. Well, clearly it doesn't. In the same sort of way, when we're crafting experiences, the outcome we want to achieve should determine the experience we craft. Now, it might sound a bit spooky yet, but we will get to that later on. So we'll revisit the cinema franchise later. Let's have a look at the first thing I want to introduce to you is this idea of customer categorization. I touched on it briefly in that example of the difference between outside-in approaches and industrial age inside-out approaches. And what do I mean by customer categorization? Classically, organizations have segmented customers by circumstance. So how much do you earn? Where do you live? What's your education level? What's your family situation? And then we've pitched products at those customer segments. Now, that may have worked for a long period of time, but as we've already said, with customers becoming enlightened, that's reaching its sell-by date, and organizations who are very good with this outside-in stuff with customer centricity take a different approach. And what they do is they categorize customers by need, and they group common needs into buckets and then begin to deliver the right experience that delivers the successful outcome based on those needs. Now, the first stage of getting to reframe the segmentation piece is to begin to think in terms of what types of customer are there. Right? And then within those types of customer, what we can do is categorize them. So let's have a look at this as an example. So there's basically three types of customer, right, in our thinking of this. So there's primary customer, that's where the money comes from, right? And I'll do an example in a minute. Secondary, people have an interest in the success of the customer experience, but they're not directly involved. And then thirdly, internal, people we interact with across our organization and third parties who actually help us shape the customer experience. So primary, regardless of the business we're in, for-profit, not-for-profit, government, whatever, the primary customer is where the money is. So if it was a government entity, you would say the primary customer would be the citizen, the taxpayer. Okay. If it was a bank, you would say, well, it's the the bank customer, whether it's retail or wholesale, business to business, whatever it is. But what we're trying to do is identify, where does the money come from? Because that money is the thing that funds the whole supply chain. It funds everything. It funds everything that we do. It pays the salaries, it oils the wheels, and so on. Secondary would typically be people like regulators, could be management teams, people of that ilk, people who want to see the process/experience being successful, but they're not directly involved. And then thirdly, internal, not just internal within our organization, but across all our partners who might be involved in the delivery of this service. So when we've got those three types of customer in mind, it gives us a line of sight that previously might have been obscured to us through the whole segmentation idea. It also allows us to figure out, we can, it's completely scalable, to figure out where is the funding coming from. So if I'm talking to, for instance, business to business entities, and say like an oil company, and the Malaysian oil company take oil out of the South China Sea, they can work out across their supply chain who is funding the whole of that supply chain. So who is that? Who is actually funding that? That's the primary customer. And in that instance, it's probably you and me on the forecourt of the petrol or the gas station. Okay. That money funds the whole of the supply chain. Does that make sense? Good. So with that in mind, let's have a look at how we take this idea. So what we would typically do, and this isn't for every experience you're going to look at or for every process, but it's a strategic positioning thing you might want to do, is ask ourselves the questions across the primary, second, internal. Who are those customers? Who are those people? So usually as a post-it note exercise, but when we're doing this virtually, we can use whiteboards or whatever. And we get people to write down who they think the primary customers are, secondary and internal, and so on. We then come together, normalize them, so get rid of the duplicates and stuff like that. And then what we want to do is prioritize them. There are just some customers who are more important than others. So you'll establish a criteria for importance. And then I like to break them down into VIPs, IPs, and LIPs. In other words, very important, important, and less important. That's not to say they're less important or not important. It's just that they're less important by a given criteria in each one of those types. So we'd end up with an assessment which you can then say, okay, out of each of those types, which is the most important customer? So if I was given carte blanche, a blank sheet of paper, and somebody sort of said, right, Steve, you go and fix whatever you need for us to get fixed in the organization. What would inform me of where I wanted to go to first is who are the most important customers, right? And what are the experiences that give us the greatest opportunity? And that might mean the greatest opportunity in terms of those experiences are compromised, or we need to digitize them. We need to be doing something different than what we're doing at the moment. So I can establish line of sight. Fairly typically, you might already be presented with a problem, right? In which case, what you want to do is identify the customers that experience that issue, that challenge, that set of problems. And then accordingly, we'll then set about prioritizing the customers across primary, secondary, internal to the ones which are going to be involved in the resolution of that problem. It's a new experience. It's a re-engineered experience. It's a new IT system. It's a new set of digitization. It's AI. It's RPA. Whatever the type of thing that we might be moving towards is. So, okay, is that making sense? So this is customer categorization, categorizing customers by need, not by circumstance. So just by way of that example in Disney, where the needs of the young when we were two small kids were different to my needs, the same question, it's a different answer. So we can then begin to group these customers in this way. So I'll give you some examples. If we think of organizations like BMW, for instance, the automotive company, they've got 24 different primary customers. So examples would be, they've got two customer descriptions. One is for child, the other is dog. And you go, what? The dog's a customer? No, it's a category of customer is dog, right? And the needs of the dog category customer might be a larger size car with easy clean seats, with some segregation of the vehicle from the front to the back. Perhaps segregation is the wrong word to use, but some separation from the front to the back, okay? In the context of the child, it's not so dissimilar. They probably want easy clean seats, a larger car, but you probably, instead of separation, you probably want an entertainment system. So the needs overlap and are similar, but they allow them, give you a line of sight into specific needs of these certain categories of customer. Southwest Airlines in the States, they've got 8 primary customers. Emirates, the airline, have got 5. Right? So we begin to see the primary customer where the money comes from. We begin to see the experiences that those customers are involved with, and then we can begin to craft things to a different place. Now, as I say, you may only just do this assessment, once in a while. It's not necessary for every project, but one of the issues we find in traditional organizations is they'll frequently get themselves tied in knots because they'll start, instead of starting with the customer, they'll start with the process or the experience first that they're trying to fix. And without understanding what success looks like in terms of needs, you may be fixing something that doesn't deserve to exist. In fact, we can get really smart at doing dumb stuff. So this sort of asks the question, for any experience, who is the customer? And in terms of importance, what's the ranking of that in customer? Now, if you're just doing work internally within the organization and you focus on internal, say, departmental improvement, then of course your focus is going to be naturally on that internal thing. You won't necessarily need to have line of sight to a primary customer, but it would still exist. It would still be there. All right. Well, let me just skip up to the chat room. Yogesh asks, is this similar, because everybody could see it, is this similar to persona designs? It is in a way, but within those categories of customer that you would say, let's take BMW within the 24. Within that 24, you may have different persona. Within dog customer, we may have 3 different personas. So that's another level of drill down. Right? What we're trying to do is we're trying to characterize customers by need rather than circumstance. That's the sort of big learning. Whether is it B2C or B2B? Interesting question to ask there is, the realization across customer experience progressively, maturing organizations, say Amazon, for instance, 70% of their revenues come from B2B services. So Amazon Web Services, for instance, and Amazon will tell you they're not a B2B or a B2C, because in effect, what you've got with B2Bs is B2, 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 B2C, because it's the C, the primary customer, where the money's coming from. So we might argue with Amazon Web Services, where 70% of the revenues comes from other businesses, you could make an argument which sort of said, okay, so where do the other businesses get their money from? How are they funded? The importance of that is said with that Malaysian oil company. When we looked at, you know, the old-fashioned value chain, they were 10 steps away from the person at the gas station, at the petrol station, 10 steps. So in other words, you're a hostage to fortune of everybody else who's in between you and where the money comes from that funds your business. So the reality for them is that they've progressively partnered and improved the relationship so that they're now only 5 steps away if we were drawing the old classic supply chain, if we were doing it that way. All right, so let's have a look at any other questions here. So yeah, there's the similarities and overlaps, and we're not saying exclusively this is the one best way, but organizations who are still approaching things from a segmentation point of view may set off and get themselves in a complex mess, because they're trying to solve the problems for all the customers that have that experience, when experiences should be designed to deliver specific sets of needs. So this is that working backwards, outside in again. It's about changing the perspective. So it may be a sort of a one and done. It's almost a strategic overview. And I try to do this obviously at the C level so that we get clear line of sight across the organization. And then we can begin to connect the dots between everything that we do and the customers that we serve. So that's customer categorization. So I refer to that shorthand as CCAT, and you'll see that on some of the diagrams later on. Would I use it in all circumstances? Well, if it's my first intervention with an organization, I want to understand how they think of customers. And if they're using customer segmentation, that you might show them this, they go, yeah, we already do it like that. And then when you look under the covers, no, there's still, it's by where you live, it's by how much you earn, it's by your educational level. And whilst that can give you some perspective on customers, it's not good enough anymore for those organizations who truly want to be customer centric and be the sort of top performing organizations. They want to go a level deeper. They want to categorize by need, not segment by circumstance. So that's some of the sort of what we refer to as next practice out there. And rather than saying best practice, next practice is that evolving thing where different organizations are putting a different slant on it. There are 2 other techniques I'm introducing today, which take a little bit more legwork. The first one is the outside in strategic matrix. Excuse me, I'm just gonna change the scenery here for a moment. Unusual for the UK, there's a bright object in the sky. I have no idea what it is, but it's a fleeting visitor to these shores. Colorado is very sunny all the time. It's either snowing or it's sunny. Whereas some of you who know the UK quite well will know that at this time of the year, there's an inordinate grey days. There's so many grey days. It's like you think, is it ever going to be sunny again? So I'm keeping an eye on the chat room, guys. So I'll go backwards and forwards, and you can speak out. You don't have to just do it in the chat room. If you want to ask a question, sort of do that as well. Okay, so the outside in strategic matrix, what is this? This is the literal reframing from a process view to a customer experience view. In the past, we might have talked about current state customer experience and future state customer experience, and there's some value in that, but the customer experience has always existed. It's not like this is a new phenomena. It's always existed. It's just that as organizations, as businesses, it's only now that we're starting to get scientific about understanding that and being able to fix every issue and challenge and opportunity we've got in the context of those experiences. Right. So let's say outside in strategic matrix. So came around sort of 2002 when we were designing the, one of the updates to the CEM method. As I said, it's now in version 12/13. It's gone through a number of iterations. So if you've met people who've been to our programs before, They may know a variation of this where we did in fact talk about current state and future state. We don't anymore. So let me introduce you to the actual matrix itself. So it looks like this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through it. When you come to do your exercises, right, and you'll see the exercises listed out later. When you come to do it, I want you to do it for your context, the where you are now. And if the where you are now isn't good enough, think about, you know, some past work that you've done that might be appropriate, or think of a, you know, a project that you've got underway at the moment that you might want to apply this to. And the reason I say that is the best way we've got of learning these things is this learning by doing idea. It's one of the areas that we had to work very, very intensively with accreditation authorities, because traditionally what accreditation authorities would want to do is to have you do a test. But as we said to them at the time, and it's the same for education generally, a test is just a question of recall. It's not a question of understanding. So how can we demonstrate understanding? So it took us a whole number of years through our certification accreditation processes to be able to build up a set of exercises where by you playing back those exercises to us is we can see if you're understanding it, and if not is then recalibrate, you know, retune, repoint you in a slightly different direction, rather than asking people to do tests. And I'm sure if we all go back to education, we can think of people who are fantastic, who were really, really smart, but when it came to doing exams, they flunked them because they just, you know, the panic, the whatever it was, the stress. It's not a real situation. The nearest we can get this to a real situation is by using your work, right? Completing the exercises in that context. As I go through, I'm going to explain with other people's case studies, right? But at the same time, try to apply it to your world. Make sense? So I've been saying, look, 7 or 8 years ago, we used to give out case studies, and people used to, for instance, they would figure out how to fix an insurance claims process. Well, if you work for a pharmaceutical, your first observation is going to be, that's not the way we do work. We do it in a completely different way. So the learning is best given by the learning by doing idea. So that's just, you know, one of the areas where we're not anti-tests. It's just we don't think tests are a really meaningful way of understanding whether somebody actually understands this stuff and can do it. So you can see by now, as I've been parroting away there, as sort of boxes A to H, and on the left-hand side, you can see there's one strata, which is process view, and then there's another strata, which is the customer experience view. So we're going to progressively go through this. And to the point I was making earlier on, boxes A, what industry are you in? And boxes E, what business are you in? They're complementary, but they're different perspectives on the same thing. So let's go through it. So let's think about, I mentioned the airline industry already, and I dropped British Airways into it, of course. But if I was thinking of that, the example I'm going to give you goes back to when I was living in Texas. We were doing a lot of work with 2 organizations there. One was Southwest Airlines and the other was State Farm. So this goes back 10 years or so when we were doing all the transformation of State Farm, which is now the most profitable insurance company in the US. So it gives you some idea of, they were 8th when people started to be upskilled to be able to do this stuff. So let's look at it from an airline perspective. The presentation of a problem was with Southwest Airlines is lost and damaged bags. So a systemic problem in the airline industry is losing and damaging people's bags. I'll give you the figures for 2019. Anybody have a guess what for British Airways, and these are publicly quoted figures, so I'm not sort of talking out of class as it were, what was the percentage lost and damaged bags in British Airways in 2019? Let's see who can get closest to that. Put your answers in the chat room. Let's see what we've got. Lost and damaged bags in British Airways in the year 2019. Oh, that's 60%. Well, that's a bit extreme, isn't it? 6 out of 10 bags getting lost. That's pretty good. No, it was 27%, which I think is absolutely awful, because that means on average, every 4 trips that you do with British Airways, they're going to lose or damage your bags. Right. And in fact, the big joke was a couple of years ago, the best process, the best customer experience in British Airways now is, guess what? The lost damaged bags process. Once they've lost your bags, you can track them, you can watch them. They've got robotic process automation in there. It's all been completely digitized. They have dashboards and stuff, and you could track these things all over the world. Why didn't they invest that money in actually fixing the problem rather than putting lipstick on the pig again? See what I'm talking about there? So lost and damaged bags. So in the same sort of way that this is a problem for very large airlines, it is a systemic problem in the airline industry. So Southwest Airlines have set their hearts on fixing this problem once and for all. So I'm going to show you how they did that. But the first steps are, of course, let's populate the outside-in strategic matrix. So we're going to answer those questions. You are extremely lucky if you don't experience lost and damaged bags. I can assure you, if I do typically, not this year, of course, but 400,000 air miles, and I always take a spare set, a change in my hand baggage just in case the bags don't arrive, for 24 hours. It's just sort of, it's going to happen, and it does happen quite. It's never happened to me on Emirates or Singapore, but periodically on Air France, American, United, British Airways, South African, Qantas. They are much of a muchness. And what happens when your bag gets lost is they all seem to have a standard procedure. I think they bought the same system from the same vendors. But all that helps you to do is to track how far away your bag is from where it should be. Great. Or how damaged it was and whether you can make a claim against it, because it wasn't their responsibility. It was some handler's responsibility or other. But enough said about that. Let's go set about fixing the problem. So we're in the airline. So what industry are you in? And this is all going to be very sort of matter of fact, very straightforward. Well, we're in the airline industry. Duh. Now, in the context of the airline industry, the next question B, is where does that process start and where does it end? So you take British Airways, for example, and they'll say, well, our processes start when perhaps somebody buys a ticket, a ticket to fly, and they're over when they get, hopefully, the bag off the carousel. So ticket to carousel. Fair enough. And it just is very matter of fact when you're doing this, ticket to carousel. So our processes start, when somebody crosses the threshold and buys a ticket, could be online, could be through an agent or something like that. And it's over for us as far as when they collect the bag off the carousel. Fair enough. Okay, so within those 2 points, what are the main touch points? So that's box C. When we're thinking about main touch points, there's a whole, there could be dozens of them, but we want to capture the headline. So we want to capture the main interactions with the customer, and the process context, we're calling them the main touch points. So buy the ticket, arrive at the airport, check your bags, board, get off the plane, clear immigration, and then collect your bag. So 5 or 6 of those. Right. Fair enough. And the next question is, from the organizational perspective, what does success look like? And it's got to be something. You remember the metrics we were talking about with the cinema? It's got to be something like that. It's going to be operating at the lowest safe cost with the highest amount of revenue so we can make the most margin. Agreed? So it's pretty straightforward, the process for you. And so when you think of British Airways trying to solve their overall problems, they're saying to themselves, well, from ticket to carousel, okay, let's look at everything that's happening in between that. So let's look at the processes and the experiences. And remember, those are interchangeable. We've got internal experiences and external, but they're interchangeable now. Customer experience is the process. If Steve Jobs said it, well, who are we to argue with him, eh? Bless his soul, right? So with that in mind, British Airways was to do things. And if you've flown to Australia recently, you'll see this with Qantas. They've done things like try to improve the conveyor belt systems, try to improve the baggage ticketing on the bags. So can we use barcodes, or can we use some sort of electronic ticket or something like that? Can we make sure that as we're loading the bags into the sort of the process, that we have a sort of a sealed environment? So for instance, if you're flying in Australia with Qantas, what they have you do is they have you put your bag onto the conveyor belt, which also is a scale. And once you put the bag tags on yourself, right, a screen then comes down and the bag disappears. So they've tried to automate the process on the basis that they're trying to improve get the percentages better so they're not losing them down. And of course, it's a big cost for the airline industry, is getting these bags back to where they should be and replacing damaged bags because they've been mishandled and that sort of a thing. So within that remit of ticket to carousel, lots of airlines are trying to fix this problem without significantly moving the percentages. If anything, what they're doing is automating the mess that they've got, right? Not actually getting to the root cause of the problem. So let's begin to sort of rethink this, shall we? We've now got the process view completed. So that's the process view strata, all right? And the part of the challenge with that is the way we've looked at process traditionally has been like through a factory production mindset. You know, we have an input, an activity, and an output, or a supplier, input, process, output, consumer. It looks like a sausage machine. It looks like that meat grinding machine earlier on. We put it in there, we do something with it, and it pops out here as an output. But can we shift that perspective? And of course, the answer is yes. So let's move our perspective by asking ourselves from the customer experience viewpoint. Let's ask ourselves similar but different questions. Right? And as it says, this isn't rocket science, and it's completely scalable. You can try this on your little internal processes, the organization-wide processes, the processes out there in the customer world. It's completely scalable, you know, from the smallest thing that you do into the biggest. And it is this reframing that's important. So what business are you in? We played with this a little while ago when we were talking about Southwest would say they're in the business of moving people, right? Because that's the outcome you achieve. That's the measure of your success. That's what we're trying to. It's not what do you do, you know, in other words, we're an airline, we fly planes. It's what's the outcome you're trying to achieve. And that's usually defined by looking at it from, and I'm going to give you some examples here. Now, I don't know if I've got the examples in the deck because I changed the deck a couple of days ago. But examples would be, if you think of companies like Hallmark cards. So that probably says what it does on the tin, doesn't it? So Hallmark cards, what industry are Hallmark cards in? So back to the chat room and let's see if we can get some suggestions. So what industry are Hallmark cards in?
So, Steve, I'm talking because I talk better than I type.
Oh, please, yeah, please do, Yuga. And actually, I prefer the talking because it means I can keep my attention on you rather than the chat room. So,
okay. Good. So, I think to answer your question around the Hallmark cards, I'd say to you that I would say that they're in the business of creating memorable moments in people's lives and capturing it to last forever almost. Because if I think about, you know, where cards land up in my house and wishes and things like that, they all end up in a box and we tend to go through them every now and again and we remember people through that.
Okay, that's pretty good. I'll give you this was obviously a real life situation. I've got the scars to prove it. Working with Hallmark cards, they're based in the head office is in a place called Kansas City in Missouri in the States. Mm-hmm. So the team on the ground have been skilled up and they've run a couple of small projects already. Mm-hmm. And you get to the point where people will begin to say to you, how did you manage to do so much with so little in such a short time? You know, what you know, you're turning this lead into gold. What's this alchemy you've got going on at the moment? And it's round about that point. And for ourselves as consultants and mentors and coaches, you could frequently get thrown to the lions because you're able to go into a situation that from a career point of view, if you're on the inside of an organization, it's not viable to go in and challenge the executive team in terms of the way they're running the business. But as a consultant, that's a nice place to be because you can effectively fall on your sword on behalf of other people. So the guys in the project said, Steve, will you go and talk to the board about this? And they know why I'm going talking to the board. So the question I asked them is, if you're in Kansas City, there's only 3 companies. This isn't the question, but there's 3 companies. There's a coffee company, so the place smells of coffee all the time, which is nice for a day or two. But after a while, it can get, you know, you're sort of caffeine osmosis, you know, it's getting into you in every way possible. So you're like on a permanent sort of bright-eyed, you know, a high or whatever. There's a mortgage processing shop run by a bank called Citibank in the US, and there's Hallmark cards. So you've got Hallmark Palisade, you've got Hallmark Mall, you've got Hallmark card statues and all sorts of things which to do with Hall. So you have no doubt when you're inside the building of Hallmark cards. And the metaphor they use for customer journey maps is the yellow brick road. So everything inside the building is painted with roads which are in different color coordinations. And the real truth is the yellow brick road. You can guess where that goes. It goes to the CEO's office, right? So I painted a picture of the organization. So here we are, 2 successful small projects. Steve, can you go up and talk to the board about our biggest drama? And the biggest drama at the time was it was taken from the idea of a Christmas card to getting a Christmas card in the store. Any guesses for how long do you think that actual process took? So from the point of view of, concept of a Christmas card, we want to get it in the store so people could buy it. It was 15 months, right? 15 months. Can you imagine that? And and you go,
that's a joke, Steve. 15 months for a card.
A card, yeah. And you go, and exactly, you'd say 15 months. What on earth are you doing, guys? They go, oh, well, you don't understand. Our business has become so complex over the last few years. What was pretty straightforward as far as a Christmas card was concerned, it was like a religious festival, or it was a greeting. And so the cards tended to be pretty much the same, and the verses tended to be the same. We upgraded them so that they took on this year's sort of persona, but it was quite a quick process. But you know what? Customers now want choice. They want all this choice all the time. And also we have to take on board, it's celebrated in different ways around the world. So some people, yes, it is a religious festival. To other people, it's just an opportunity to say, hey, great, how are you doing? But every variation on greeting, they want in Christmas cards now. Also different countries, different geographies have different types of weather and climate. And that affects the print that we use and the quality of the paper and so on. There's all these different types of designs that people want now. What was really straightforward, back in the 20th century has become really, really complex for us. So over time, as we've grafted in these additional capabilities, it now takes us 15 months. And clearly that's very expensive for us. And if, for instance, in September just gone here, 2020, we haven't got the project underway, we're not going to get the cards in store for 2021. We'll miss the Christmas, we'll miss the deadline. Right. So it's this, and we put the process and the experience on the wall all the way around us. And to your point, Yogesh, when you're thinking about this from a customer's perspective, what are, and again, to the question that we say, guys, what business are you in? And they go, greetings cards. You go, no, that's the industry you're in. What the business in is what you're trying to achieve on behalf of your customer. What business would you say you're in? And so that discussion, same as yourself, Yogesh, where people start to think about, well, why do people send greetings cards to each other? Well, it's to show affection, to show love, to commiserate, to offer sympathy. And what's the one word that you could distill all those different emotional factors into? What word would you think of?
For me, I would say connection. I don't know. I see a comment from Victoria. I don't know if she wants to speak to that.
Yeah, and sorry, say again.
Hi, Steve. Yeah. Yeah, I was saying like the acknowledgement. So in other words, it's like you are recognizing that person you're sending the card to in some form or fashion. Like you said, kind of like a connection, establishing that connection with them.
Well, the guys, I said they did really well. That sounds as though I'm being flippant about them, but they came up with this idea of, well, it's all these different phrases, but they came up with one word that Hallmark then subsequently rebranded themselves around: expression. We're actually in the business of expression. So when they get to that point of saying something like that, my natural sort of kickback to that is, so if I go down on the front line, how much of what everybody's doing at a day-to-day level is allowing the customers to express themselves? And their answer was, well, no, you're misunderstanding. We've got really good at making greetings cards. And you go, yeah, no, that's what you do. That's the industry you're in. But the business you're in is expression. So what are you doing to contribute to the customer's achievement of expression? And they go, well, making greetings cards. You go, well, you've already admitted, this is a very convoluted, complex, costly process. And it takes you so long to articulate, what a good expression might be. It's the most critical project you've got in the organization. Right. So applying the principles we're going to go through over the next 3 or 4 days, the quick win was to get it down to 4 weeks, right? And have a guess how long it takes them now from the concept of a Christmas card to actually get it to, and it's not just the card anymore, it's that whole media thing, you know, it's about being able to express yourself in whichever way you want. So have a guess how long that takes from concept to actually be able to do it from a customer's perspective. It's less than a day. So it's less than 8 hours, right? So you had a process which went from 15 months to 8 hours. Now, to the point I was saying earlier on is when we start talking about the size of, when we quantify this change in terms of cost, revenue and service, you could see if it just takes you 8 hours to do something, right, and you mess up, how long is it going to take you to fix it? 8 hours. Yeah. However, if it takes you 15 months to do something and you mess up, 15 months. So you become extremely risk averse in existing processes which have become complex because you don't want to fail. So you have all sorts of gate reviews and check marks and, you know, all this quality QC, quality control and all that sort of stuff, which is overlaid on the existing process, and it slows it down. It gets in the way of success. So Gilead Sciences are known for one of the vaccines to do with Ebola. Classic development cycle in a pharmaceutical company is 9 or 10 years. Have a guess how quickly they got a vaccine for Ebola out? 6 months. Now, you're not going to do that by getting faster, more efficient and more effective with the dumb stuff you're currently doing. Now, that's not disrespectful to the people doing it. It is dumb stuff in the context of trying to achieve a successful customer outcome because it's not delivering anymore. So the opportunity existed there with reframing them. So begin to ask the question. So in Allmark cards, we'd say they're in the business of expression. You think of an automotive company like BMW. So they're in the automotive industry, but what business are they in? So let's see anybody can get close to that if you've not read this in one of my recent books.
I don't know, image enhancement or...
That's pretty good, image enhancement. I like that one. It is one word.
So I studied marketing at some stage, and granted it's probably 15 years ago, but there was the core product, which is transportation, and then this augmented product, and there's all sorts of levels of product and why you buy.
Right.
So I would say primarily transportation, you know, moving from point A to point B, but there's the element of sort of, you know, ego and prestige and all of that comes in at the different various levels.
Well, that latter bit that you started to talk about, if you think about it from a customer's perspective, you know, and that's what this shift is about, is defining your business that you're in terms of the customer and what's the successful outcome for the customer. So I've already mentioned BMW have got 24 categories of primary customer, right? You know, ranging, and their needs would suit, you know, they then design product which meet those needs, of course. So as we know, the big movement at the moment is towards you know, electric vehicles and that sort of a thing. And that transformation of their industry, the physical transformation of their industry, is allowing them to deploy this across all their categories of customer. But across all their categories of customer, the business they define themselves as being in is joy, J-O-Y, joy. And you'll see that it's not just a marketing platitude or a mission-y, vision-y thing. It actually sits at the top of a hierarchy that we're going to explore later on in the week, which is the successful customer outcome is joy. And everything else the organization is doing is contributing to the achievement of joy. A real example of that is the guy in the paint shop in Munich would traditionally have been paid for the quality of the paint job and the timeliness of it, right? So we recruit the best people to do the best paint jobs in a very fast and efficient way. That person is now rewarded for their contribution to joy. And that individual can show you how they contribute to joy. We call it connecting the dots, but connecting every single task and activity right the way through to the successful customer outcome, right? And he can show you that. It's a given that they have to have the best paint job and it has to be done in a timely way, but there are output things. That's not actually contributing to joy, because you might do a great paint job, but if it's the wrong color, you know I'm getting at. So different organizations will articulate the business that they're in a different way. So let's take the pharmaceutical company I've been talking about, and this could apply to any number of pharmaceutical companies when we redefine the business that we're in. So the industry that we're in is pharmaceutical, but what business are we in?
For pharmaceutical, could it be a scientific approach to better healthcare outcomes?
Yeah, it could be.
Well, healthcare, taking care, making sure citizens are healthy or,
Yeah.
or
And
have accessibility to healthcare.
yeah, and the very fact that you're going down that road, Yogesh, as well, takes you to a new place as far as the pharmaceutical company is concerned, is Gilead said they're in the business of well-being, being well. So not surprisingly, they've bought a chain of gyms now because they want their customers to be well. It's not waiting until you get ill and then have a chronic illness and then they have to give you some medicines for it. And there is, when you're doing this sort of change, you do get the internal resistance from people who traditionally think that way. So you can imagine a 10-year cycle time, reducing it to 6 months. That's a lot of work that used to take place that's no longer happening, right? And the big swathes and chunks of that work were to do with like animal testing and things like that. Well, we can simulate animal testing now. You know, we have a sufficient digital capability that a lot of the testing regimes that were done, for instance, just to go back into that project, when we had the 10 years on the wall, they were all in what I thought were swim lanes. And I said to the guys, look, guys, we're not doing this swim lane thing anymore. What swim lanes isn't customer oriented. It's not customer centric. That's an internal mechanism which tells us which department's doing what and when. And we don't want to do it like that. As far as the customer's concerned, they just want to get the job done. So we shouldn't have this artificial silo separation because it reinforces that. We all feel as though oh yeah, that's sales problem, or that's operations problem, or finances problem. No, it's our problem. We have to fix it on behalf of the customer. And they said, no, Steve, they're not swim lanes. And I said, well, what are they then? So we go close to the wall. You can imagine like it's in like 8-point fonts where they printed stuff off and stuck it on the wall. So I said, what is it? And they said, well, this is the pig people. I go, sorry, the pig people. They said, yeah, no, that's not an abusive term. They work with pigs. In other words, the pig's skin is similar to human skin. So if we're testing topical creams, for instance, we test it on pigs first, right? Part of the, the process, part of going through the rigor of this. And so you go, yeah, what's this lane here? And they go, oh, that's the rabbit people.
Oh, Lord.
The rabbit people. Yeah, they test on rabbits, and stuff like that. They do intravenous things. There's certain things we can simulate with a rabbit, which is similar to humans. And there was like 5 of these. And what's this one? Oh, that's the monkey people. Their metabolism is very similar to a human's metabolism. So their reaction to the drugs, we test them on monkeys. And so I said, so you've got the rabbit, the pig, the bird, the monkey. It was like being in a weird dream. You felt like you'd fallen down the rabbit hole. And they said, yeah. And I said, well, what's this? And so if you follow the processes around the wall, and this was a big auditorium, all of a sudden, all these streams came together and there was all this complex mess. And then they all sprung apart again for another 6 months and carried on separate with no communication across those different, the pig people, the monkey people, and so on. So you naturally you're drawn to what's this thing where they all come together. And you go, that's when we're doing the compliance regulatory review. We have an internal compliance review, or we have to get things signed off by the regulator to move on to the next stage of testing. And that's when we all share the data and we all produce the reports, and then we go off our separate ways again. Right. And you can imagine how appalling this was all the way around the war. And it's why, traditionally drugs are very expensive, and they have to make, when they attach licensing to it and own the IP for that particular combination of molecules and things, they have to make the money back over a certain period of time before the drug then becomes out in the marketplace and anybody can make it. So that's what makes drugs so expensive. So when Gilead were doing this approach you're going to learn tomorrow in terms of innovation and identifying that there's no amount of trying to speed up this 10 years worth of work to get it done more efficiently and effectively. They'd already done that. They'd already leaned themselves out. They'd already done Six Sigma. They'd already done all that classicy processy stuff. Now they looked at it from this customer perspective, right? And reconfigured it so they could do the same, deliver the same outcomes in 6 months. And of course, that really helps in like the situation we're in now, and people are fast tracking development. Well, they can't do it the traditional way by just being faster. They have to rethink the way it's done. And the Gilead case study has been published twice in Bloomberg Business Week. It was so successful in terms of they are the most profitable pharmaceutical company now. But the very reason they were looking at that problem wasn't to do with necessarily at that time becoming more customer centric. It was to do with the fact that because they specialize in chronic illnesses, so things like TB and AIDS and things like that, the amount they could charge for the drugs was pretty limited, had a ceiling on it because the people couldn't afford much, couldn't afford any more. So they couldn't put the price of the drugs up. But because of this increasing complexity and the variation that they were having to take on board, the costs were going up all the time. So progressively, the margins were getting smaller, and Gilead were actually strategically considering exiting the market. That was the big thing. So naturally, they said, well, where should we focus our attention? So I said, from the team's point of view, it was one of our partners there who specialised in pharmaceutical, but I was involved in it. So the counsel I was giving them, well, let's fix your biggest problem first. So let's go outside in and fix it. And of course, there's a resistance to that. Say, oh, no, don't do that. Let's do a proof of concept. And I was always encourage organizations, fix the biggest problem first, because that's where the hearts and minds will come from. So this was the biggest problem. And it was coincident with, the virus outbreak as it was back then, with the whole series, the SARS Ebola thing, and there'd been disasters in the past, based around these long development cycles of drugs, the molecular science that goes into it. But taking 10 years worth of work down to 6 months, and organizations who are coming up with vaccine at the moment, if you have a look at the steps and stages they're following, they're not dissimilar to exactly the same as Gilead Sciences did then. You couldn't afford to spend, we might, unfortunately, all be dead in 10 years' time if it took that long to get a vaccine around this current pandemic. Right? So when we get this idea of what business we're in, we can rethink it. So as soon as we got to expression, we could then sort of say is, so what do we need to do to better deliver expression in Hallmark cards? What do we need to do to better deliver joy in BMW? What do we need to do in Southwest Airlines? So what would we think Southwest I've already told you what the business they're in. Asking you rhetorical questions here. So what business are you in? So they're in the business of moving people. Right. To that point, we were talking about benchmarking earlier on. And where would we go to have a look at other people who are good at moving people? Well, we could go to Otis Elevators because they move people physically as well. So we can contrast and compare our customer processes and experiences in that environment. But we could also go to people who are known to move people emotionally. So an organization Southwest Airlines partnered with is Cirque du Soleil, based in Montreal in Canada. So they spent some time looking at how do they move people? How do they engage people? How do they get people to buy into, the ethos of who we are and what we're trying to achieve? So all of a sudden your landscape changes. You've got much more opportunity now to identify ways of doing work which other people have already figured out that you can then model and internalize. And that's pretty much what the CM method is, incidentally. It's a codification of next practice that leading organizations are doing. So that's why, as we said, in terms of, rewriting this book, and I'm sorry, Eldon, you'll have to read it again, but rewriting the book, the codification doesn't stop. As people in the current times are discovering better ways of doing things, we want to get those ideas accessible to everybody. So hence, we're in the 10th edition of Outside In now, where we've got stories in there to do with, things that have happened in the last year or two. And we will carry on, whilst there's the scope of those improvements happening, we'll carry on, rather than write a new book, is to update the existing book. So the original sort of fabric still exists, but now we can, weave in sort of more golden threads for more people. So
Steve,
we're in the business. Yep, sorry, go on. Yep.
Yeah, may I just ask, so I'm quite a fan as well of Simon Sinek's Golden Circle. I'm sure you know what that is.
Yes, I do, yes.
How close is what we're talking about now to that? Because that is about purpose. Are we talking about also about purpose, or is it redefining sort of, your business model?
It's funny you should mention purpose. We've got version 2 of the Experience Manager coming out quite soon. And the product's going to be called Purposely because of Simon Sinek's work in and around thinking of purpose, because purpose and outcomes, if you think about it, purpose is the thing that we do as an organization to actually deliver the outcome, right? So it's the means to the end, if you want to think that this is the way we articulate it when we're talking with the Amazons and people like that. The outcome we want to achieve and how we navigate to it is our objective. So some people would say the outcome could be a goal. Well, yeah, it could be a goal, but sometimes a goal is an output. We want the outcome, we want the result. So purpose-defined businesses are ones who are crafting themselves with that meaning in mind to achieve better outcomes. So the codification of that and the reason why I chucked out there Purposely as the name of the 10 version 2 is providing that infrastructure for people to think in that way, to think in a more disciplined way, you know, the golden circle and all that sort of stuff is all part and parcel of the same thing about moving towards becoming truly customer centric. And the objective behind customer centricity isn't, oh, we want to be customer centric. No, the objective is to deliver successful customer outcomes. That's the purpose of it. So they go hand in hand. You know, we don't say within the method, for instance, this is the only way to do things. As I've said, there's 50 odd tools in there, and as I'll show you what we refer to as the cheat sheet on the last day, is if this situation applies to you, then we would suggest taking this approach, and these are the steps that you would probably want to follow as proven next practice, so that you don't have to keep reinventing the wheel, if that makes sense. I don't know if that helps, Eldon, and we digressed a little bit, but yes, you're right. The rethinking of strategy in that sort of context is all about organizations evolving their thinking so that we're not stuck in the quagmire of just trying to do the same old, faster, more efficiently, you know, at lower cost. So let's move on with this example. Let's show you how they fixed the problem, having got the context or, you know, the actual customer's view. Sorry, I've got to just move my screen around a little bit there, obscuring the box. So the next question we ask is, what is the beginning of this customer experience and what is the end? Now, this is a really important question, right? Because before we defined a process thing as ticket to carousel, but where does the experience begin and where does it end? All right. So the shorthand for that is the experience actually can be defined as when the need arises, and the experience doesn't end until the need has been fulfilled, which is much bigger scope than ticket to carousel. So let's think about this in the context of, you know, I'm thinking of a trip till I've got back home again. Well, our original process was this, but now we've said, oh, you're thinking of a trip to getting back home. The natural resistance of organizations when you get to this stage, they'll say, yeah, but that's not what we do. And you go, that's quite right, that's not what you do. And they go, yeah, so why should we be worried about how the customer gets to the airport? And so, well, you've created that experience, whether knowingly or not. You've created that experience that customer is witnessing now. They have to get to the airport to board your airplane. So surely you could think about that in the context of the problem you're trying to solve, which is, as we said, lost and damaged bags. So I'm going to come on to the resolution of that based on that observation of thinking of a trip to getting back home. Think about it in other sort of contexts as well, is if it starts from when the need arises and it isn't complete till the need's finished, it doesn't mean you have to go and embrace that and control it, but it means whatever you're doing in here should be done in the context of understanding it's all about from when the need arises to when the need is actually delivered. And in this context, it's, oh, I need to do a trip. It might be for leisure, it might be for work. I need to do a trip. And it isn't over until I'm back home with a glass of wine or something similar. Right. Well, that's a much bigger thing. Oh, right. Okay. Well, we can start to think about the customer experience within that complete definition. I won't say it's a journey because, you know, this whole thing to do with one of the distractions for senior executive teams, and I've had this in spades as I've been doing this virtually over this last year, is the people. Not all the people. It is wrong to say all the people, a large number of people who are doing customer journey mapping are doing a disservice to the whole industry, if I think of it, of customer experience, because they're only looking at the surface. They're only looking at the customer's direct experience, not understanding that everything's below the surface. All the processes and systems are all part of that experience. They're not separate things. They are together. And so hard-nosed senior executives who are looking at the numbers, and particularly the finance officers, will say, well, I get it, it looks an interesting journey, and I can see the emotional roller coaster there, and I can see the perspective on improving brand value, and I can see the value of, you know, changing our whole ethos and the mission and vision. But where's the money? You know, tell me, where's the cost savings, the revenue improvement, and the service benefit? Because if you're not delivering those things for me, as nice as it is again that lipstick on a pig thing. So a lot of the journey mappers have got hooked into, we've got to make nice pictures which present themselves visually, and not realizing that some of the people that we have to be presenting to are the more numerate ones who are not into, you know, sexy pictures. They're actually into, show me the spreadsheet, show me the numbers, right? So you'll see our focus there is to bridge both of those places. James Dodkins and I, the CX Rockstar again, came up with, it was meant to be a joke. It was an April the 1st joke, about 7 or 8 years ago. And we were out having a business walk. We went playing golf. We were out on playing golf. And while we were playing golf, there were these ducks on the water. And we suddenly started, you know, imagine the duck is, you know, our organization, right, for instance. So the journey map stuff is the nice fluffy stuff above the surface. So, you know, if it's a mallard duck, it's the beautiful blue and green feathers and so on, right? The processes and systems are the stuff that's below the surface, you know, the legs that are going to paddle the duck across the pond, as it were. The water itself is the ecosystem. It's the environment that the duck's in, all right, and the atmosphere as well. So just imagine you could make the duck above the surface look really attractive, but if the legs and muscles below the waterline are broken and don't work, at best the duck's going to go around in circles. Alternatively, you could fix all the IT systems and all the stuff below the waterline, so you could power the duck across the surface. But if it's horrible above the surface, that's not fixing it. But worse than that, you could fix the customer journey, experience, and processes. But if the environment it's in is polluted, the duck's going to die anyhow. So we actually, you remind me later on in the week, I'll point you at the video that we did for that. But we were doing it tongue in cheek because it was April the 1st. And then this became a thing. People were telling us they were doing duck management. I was like, no, it's, it's a joke. You know, we were trying to sort of paint this picture. So what I'm saying about sometimes when people present customer journeys, they're focused too much above the water and not understanding that everything needs to be connected. You can't, these are not three separate things. They are the same thing. So it helps. And Eldon, if you've done re-engineering and stuff, and we've gone through that sort of process world thinking, we've always seen traditionally processes being separate to experiences, but they are the same thing. And when Jobs said in 97, I mean, I didn't get it until 2001-2 when Virgin were teaching us this. If the customer experience is the process, then this view here of thinking of a trip to getting back home, this really broadens our horizons for actually being able to fix any one problem. And to exactly the case in point, we're going to fix this one. All right. So think of a trip, key moments of truth. Now, a moment of truth is a touch point. It's any interaction with the customer. And we're going to elaborate on moments of truth tomorrow and bring you up to date with the sort of research that Google have been doing around that later, if you haven't already come into contact with it. But it's a very important facet of when we're talking about customer experience. I'll also throw a curveball in at this point. The moment of truth is the cause of all work. I'll explain that more fully tomorrow. But everything that we see as work in our organizations can be linked back to a moment of truth or a collection of moments of truth. So interactions with the customer. So to the point I was making earlier on, which was about, working with lean, and we do a thing called Ishikawa analysis, root cause effect fishbone analysis it's sometimes referred to. And we try to identify value-added activity, non-value-added activity, and we try to eradicate non-value-added. And if we're in a problem situation, let's get to the root cause of the problem. And those are worthy things to want to do. And if you're in a factory, great, you can see it, it's tangible, it's there, it's physical. But in everywhere else that you're not in a factory, and even in factories now, it's focusing in the wrong place. We need to focus on the root cause of work, and the root cause of work is the moment of truth. And as I say, I'll explain that more. I'm jumping ahead here now because I know that some of the people on the call are quite advanced thinkers in this already. But at the same time, what we want to do is write down the moments of truth that are in the context of, you know, this experience and the moving people experience. Another perspective on this, just to chuck it in, is if you're in a business-to-business world, and having said that's ceasing to exist now, but it still is a thing, is Bain & Co., the consultants, did some work in terms of thinking of moments of truth and in the experience. And a moment of truth, by definition, is any interaction, right, with the experience you're providing. Not the product and service. That's a facet of the experience. So if it's in any interaction with the experience you're providing, what they discovered was that, for instance, 70% of moments of truth occur before somebody physically contacts the organization. Good sound effect. Sometimes, 70% of the moments of truth occur before they actually get in contact with you as an organization. Now, if you're looking at, say, ticket to carousel, and I'm going back to the airline example, if you're thinking of ticket to carousel, but customers are experiencing moments of truth way upstream of buying the ticket, and somebody else, a competitor, gets that and understands it, then you've already lost the business. The customer's going to go somewhere else. So it's about understanding the enormity of the experience and all the moments of truth that occur. As I'll explain tomorrow, there's different types, but let's not digress too far away from filling this in. So when we're talking about moments of truth, of course, it's going to include those ones that are within the old process view, but it's also those things that we said are upstream and downstream. So review airline options, travel to airport, and at the back end of it, return home, meet the loved ones. Those are moments of truth. And you could argue, as British Airways, yeah, the meeting the loved ones has nothing to do with what we do. And you go, it doesn't have anything to do with what you do, but you've created that experience, right? So you either acknowledge that or you don't. And if you don't, somebody else will. Right? So from that perspective is how can we craft an experience that really delivers a successful customer outcome? In this context, the successful customer outcome is your bag. You actually don't get it damaged and it's not lost. So we can then complement that sort of say is, what does success look like? So I've digressed from Southwest here and I've put Emirates in. Emirates said they're in the business of beyond tomorrow, and that's what success looks like. They get you beyond tomorrow. What does that embrace? It embraces this whole idea that beyond tomorrow is, in order for you, if you're going on an airline trip, you want to you would like to arrive refreshed and ready for whatever you're doing. So whether it's enjoying yourself or whether it's business. So Emirates say everything that they're doing in their organization is built on the premise that the successful customer outcome and the business we're in is beyond tomorrow. And like initially people go, oh, that's a bit weird and wacky. And you go, it's not a missiony visiony thing. We can show you how that connects the dots with everything they're doing. Everything they're doing informs beyond tomorrow. And if somebody comes along with a new project and a new idea and it's not going to contribute to beyond tomorrow, then we're not going to do it. You know, then it's not going to get signed off because it doesn't link with the successful customer outcome. So let's think in this, how does doing this help with the lost bag problem? Well, look at the think of a trip to getting back home box F, right? And we're looking at the journey the customer's actually having through the experience. And there's one moment of truth that occurs where you're checking out of the hotel that you've been staying at, and you're just about to start the trip back home. But it might be you're on business and you're checking out of the hotel in the morning, but the flight's not till the evening. So what do I do with the bag, right? Do I give it to the concierge and then come back to the hotel later in the day? Do I take it with me and then I've got to navigate security everywhere I go, because you know what that's like these days. Anyway, it's a problem. And Southwest sit on this idea that at that moment of truth, could we check the bags in? Because one of the challenges we have with bags and why they get lost and broken is that if you imagine, if you do the capacity management of the airport, there's two big peaks of customers during the day, early in the morning and late in the afternoon, early in the evening. And the rest of the time, the airport's like the Marie Celeste. There's nobody there. There's very few flights, and you're in the sort of the dip between those two peaks. Southwest are thinking if we could get the bags injected into that trough, it wouldn't get knocked off the conveyor belts. It wouldn't get misdirected, and we can actually get them so that they'd be ready to board the plane. Sometimes 8 or 9 hours before the plane leaves the airport. So wouldn't that be cool? So in the States, they partnered with Marriott. And the checkout experience, rather than being, did you have a nice stay? Do you have anything from the minibar? Blah, blah, blah. It now involves, did you have a nice stay? Do you have anything from the minibar? Would you like to check in for this evening's flight? And of course, the answer is, oh, yes, I would. So you check you in, they check your seat numbers and stuff. And they say, leave your bags with us and we'll get them sorted for you. And then what Southwest Airlines arranged is for UPS, United Parcel Service, who deliver packages and parcels into the cities in the morning, right? Before they drive back to the airport to get the next lot, can you swing by the Marriott hotels, pick up the Southwest Airlines customers' bags, and then inject them into the baggage handling process when it's quiet? And then in doing that, of course, they were able to reduce the cost of the baggage handling by 30%. So that's a big saving for Southwest. From a customer's point of view, this wins in terms of service because you've given me my tickets. And when I get to the airport now, I've no need to join what is always the longest line at the airport, the fast bag drop queue. I can go straight to security because I've already checked in. So my life's a lot easier now. I just go straight to security. I don't have to build in this contingency of time when the airport might be extremely busy. I can go straight to security. So that's a win for the customer. The other saving for Southwest was instead of needing 6 people to check each flight in, most of our customers have already checked in, so I only need 2 people now, which is less real estate in the actual airport itself. I don't need to buy as much floor space. Right? Likewise, if you're a customer and you've had that experience, right, do you want to go back for more? Yeah, so you're going to go and I'm staying at the Marriott, I'm going to fly Southwest. I'm flying Southwest, I'm going to stay at the Marriott. So it's a win-win-win. One wins for Southwest, wins for Marriott, and it wins for the customer. So revenue goes up. So I briefly mentioned this idea of the Triple Crown. A measure of all success in customer experience for us is by how much have you moved the dial on Triple Crown. So have you been able to simultaneously grow revenues, reduce costs, and enhance service? Because if you're not doing all those 3 things at the same time, whatever it is you're doing isn't what we think of as outside in. So often I do a conference, do a keynote, say, for instance, and there'll be guys coming to me at the conference saying, oh, Steve, we're already doing that stuff. And so I'll say, show me your P&L and your balance sheet. And they go, why do you want to see those? And I say, oh, I just need to look back over the last few quarters. And if you're not simultaneously reducing costs, growing revenues, and enhancing service, you're not doing what we're talking about when we talk about outside in. So it's a litmus test for effective CX is that you're able to do that. You're able to put that mechanism in place. We started off with this little case study talking about 27% lost bags for British Airways. Have a guess for 2019. JD Power is a customer survey firm in the States. Have a guess what percentage of lost and damaged bags there were for Southwest Airlines. Any guesses? I'll swing back up to the chat room so you can put those in there. So 5%, 2%, it's looking good. It's better than 27%, isn't it? Any other offers on that? Any advances on 5 or 2%? 9%? No. It's actually 0.2%. 0.2%. Now, is that great from a customer's perspective? Hell yeah. 0.2%, like 1 in 500 bags gets lost or damaged. Not 1 in 4 bags, 1 in 500. Right. It still occasionally happens, right? And this is where, we talked about this in terms of the delivery for Southwest Airlines, is that systemic problem has gone away from them. Because what did they do? Well, they looked at the customer experience rather than just the process, the myopia of the process. And they looked at the moments of truth and they fixed the problem at a particular moment of truth. And in doing that, won the Triple Crown.
So, Steve,
Please,
questions that I have for you. One was, well, maybe 3 questions now I'm thinking about it. how long did this process take for them to actually start seeing the benefits from working with you, realizing outside in thinking and the whole toot? That's the first question. Second question was, in that process of converting the thinking, where was your biggest challenge in getting them to think outside in? And well, the third question would be identifying the moments of truth that were the biggest pain points, if I can use the journey mapping jargon. Did they look at the biggest pain point, which was identified through complaints? Or did they do a level of qualitative analysis to understand where customers' biggest pain points were? Sorry,
Okay,
that's like 3 loaded questions.
Well, I'll probably forget the first 2 and just answer them. No. In terms of I mentioned this is a systemic problem in the airline. So if you go to any airline, they'll complain that the lost and damaged bags processes are some of the most expensive things they have to do, because if you imagine the proportion of bags that are getting misdirected, there's an expense in associated getting them back, right? So this was a known problem. So what research did we need to do? Well, we needed to understand what were the causes of bags getting lost and damaged.
Okay.
And the root cause, the cause of that was this, the amount of traffic that's in the airport at any one time causes bags, for instance, to be misdirected. That was a big fundamental problem. So that's why other airlines who are thinking ticket to carousel say, well, can we have better straight through conveyor belt systems? Right. Logically, you would think that would be a solution, but that's not it. The solution is that the capacity of the conveyor belts was overloaded at certain peak times of the day, and so bags would fall off. Some helpful, associate in the sort of the baggage transportation department would put them back on the conveyor belt, and they get misdirected.
Okay.
But this was a problem that was happening all the time. So we only had to go and do some activity sample, behind the scenes, to see what it was like at peak times, and then notice that at non-peak times, i.e. the middle of the day, there were very few bags navigating the system. So of course the incidence of lost and damaged bags for less congested flights was significantly lower than the ones which were flying at peak times, right?
Yeah.
So we were figuring out back then is when you actually trying to do your sort of solution analysis, is not getting ahead of the game, but is it wrong to focus on straight through conveyor belt systems? No, that it's this issue to do with all the bags arriving at the same time, and increasingly, people are being encouraged to bring the hand baggage on board. But if you do have other bags as well, there's no space on the plane. So the planes are inordinately full as well. So this problem is to do with, oh well, we can't. The flight goes in 20 minutes. That crate's not going to make it. That set of 20 bags. Okay, send it on the next flight. They already knew the problem, and they knew some of the causes of it, but it was the fixing of the problem which went outside in. It went upstream and downstream into the experience.
Sure. Okay.
So just to carry on with that sort of thinking, because you've asked the question there, is when we're mapping the experience, what we primarily map in the first instance is less of all the journey. What we want to map are the moments of truth.
Yeah.
So that particular moment of truth, which was checking out of the hotel, right?
Okay.
Part of that customer experience was we were looking upstream and downstream and sort of saying, okay, where could we fix this problem of the capacity? Where could we fix this problem of making it better service for the customer? And clearly, if you're in the mindset of the customer, that idea of checking out the hotel, what do I do with my bags for the day? I'm going to the zoo with the kids. Do I take my bags with me? The wrong side of town, all those sort of questions and issues. So was it an easy one to fix? To answer your question about how quickly did it get put in, as I'll show you later on in the week, is for this work, you typically on our sort of engagements, and when you've upskilled bear in mind it's you upskilling the organization and mentoring them through it oftentimes.
Sure.
So it's people say, how do you manage to work with so many people, Steve? And we go, well, you're going to focus on upskilling them, And then
Yeah.
they're going to need you in at critical times. They need you to go in and fall on the sword with the C-level team. They need you to do handholding across their first 2 or 3 projects. But when you get to a critical mass in the organization, they should be what I call self-resilient.
Sure.
That they should be able to, with a certain extent, do 60 or 70% of this work without any external support.
Mm.
Now, if you're a consultant, you might think, well, that's going to take, the food out of my mouth. No, it doesn't. You'll increase your velocity and your capacity to be able to help more organizations. So that,
Sure, I agree with that.
yeah. So the answer to your question about this, it took them a week to come up with the solution, right, in terms of the workshop cycle that we run. And we always say that on the 5th day, when you're coming up with the action plans, 50% of the action should be implementable in the following month with tangible benefits for the Triple Crown.
Okay.
So in terms of deploying this as a solution, it wasn't an abortive attempt. It was you learn as you go. What Southwest wanted to do was equip the Marriott hotels with the check-in machine in the hotel lobby, because the initial resistance from Marriott was, well, we're not hotel check-in people, right?
Yes.
The unions got involved, and there was a bit of a shenanigan there. And as we were explaining to them, this is about re-education. You're in the business of providing successful customer outcomes. Wouldn't you want, Mr. Marriott, to actually get more revenue from the same number of customers?
Mm.
And the answer is yes. Well, we get the design philosophy of not having our ticketing machines in your lobbies, because oftentimes these are designed by, designers who are trying to make the ambience look nice, and having a horrible airport ticketing machine sat in the lobby isn't going to work. So the aha moment happened when the people who were at the ticketing desks said, well, we could check people in. And they said, well, that changes your role and responsibility. And so, yeah, that's not a problem for us. In fact, it's offering a better customer service. It establishes more rapport with the customer, and people are more likely to come back. So there was a sort of a couple of months where there was negotiations with the unions about the change of roles and responsibilities. But once that had been gone through, the unions could see this was a more fulfilling job and more fulfilling role than just being on the front desk, just being the bellhop or something like that. So to implement the solution, from when the solution was identified to implement, it took 3 months.
Okay.
It was a case of piloting it with a couple of the Marriotts, not putting the ticketing machine into the lobby, but training up the it was, you're looking at the same sort of set of data. You're looking at the customer data, and one view of it is the hotel view, the other is the airline view. So once they were trained up in how to check in, job done.
Yeah. Sure.
So they win consistently. I wrote about it in the updated book. 47 years of profitability, not a single year of loss, not a single quarter of loss, right? And people go, yeah, but we're not Southwest Airlines. And you go, why is it Southwest Airlines, for goodness sake? It's a group of people with common purpose who identified what the outcome is they're trying to achieve, and they're all aligned to achieving it.
Yeah.
In the same sort of way that I talked about that, the East European utility company. People would say to us, oh, we're a big tanker. It's going to take us years to turn the tanker around. You're not a big tanker. Neither are you a gazelle. You're neither one of those things. What you are is a group of people with common purpose trying to achieve a successful customer outcome. So if we can all articulate that successful customer outcome together, would you not want to align better to achieve it? So that goes back to, I said 50% of the actions are implementable in the first month, which doesn't seem achievable when you and I know to put new technology in can take a month of Sundays.
Yeah.
So what is this 50%? Guess what it is? Most of it. It's stopping doing dumb stuff that doesn't contribute to the successful customer outcome. So I'm going to give you more examples of that as we go through it. And real examples from the point of view of like the UK insurance company that were taking 30 days to do a life assurance policy, and they managed to get that down to 2 hours. Well, they're certainly not doing 30 days worth of work in 2 hours. Of course they're not. But all the other stuff that they were doing was there for a logical reason in the past, right? But it's now no longer relevant in terms of the world that we live in. Sure. So when you stop doing dumb stuff, you can say, okay, stop doing that from Monday. Say, well, what I'm going to do with the people, redeploy them. We have a shortage of good resources, so redeploy them to more meaningful tasks. Okay. Right. What about those IT systems? There was an example, Swedish Hydroelectric. Our partners in Sweden were doing, they're a big SAP implementing consultancy. And SAP certainly not outside in, but not disparaging SAP. They're one of my customers. So nice guys, good guys. Just in case anybody's watching. But in terms of SAP, SAP would sell, not sell, they would win business to say deploy SAP. And this, in this instance, a Swedish hydroelectric company. And this is again quoted case study in different places. And they gave this job to our partners there. And our partners were given 9 months to do the pre-SAP deployment evaluation. And what that basically involves is looking at all the existing IT systems, looking at the data in those systems, and looking at the ones that SAP has to integrate with.
Right.
That's the boiling 9 months down into like 2 minutes. But that's the essence of what they were doing. So our partners said to SAP, well, we want to use the CM method for it. So what's the CM method? They go, it's what we've been trained up in and we'd like to use it. They go, well, what does it do? And they say, well, it does this and this. Well, no, stick with the way we've sold them. We've sold the customer on 9 months worth of work. So do that. Anyhow, the partners were persistent and said, look, what's the worst that can happen? It'll take us a week to come up with an actionable plan where 50% of the actions are implementable in the following month. And SAP said, well, we don't believe you could do that. And said, well, tell you what, let us do it. And then if at the end of that week, and you do the evaluation with us, you don't think it's worthwhile, we still have 8 months and 3 weeks to do what we would do anyhow. And we all know it's only going to take us 3 months, but we sold the client on 9 months, which I thought was a bit cheeky, but that's a story for another day. So sure enough, they do this week. And in that week's worth of work, and I'll walk you through this as we go through the days, in that week's worth of work, they identified the IT systems, and there were 21 IT systems. At the end of that week, have a guess how many IT systems were not contributing to a successful customer outcome?
I know 50%.
No, 17 of the 21. And they did range from, Excel spreadsheets right the way up to old enterprise resource planning systems. So what do you do with those 17 systems that are not contributing?
Yeah, switch them off.
Yeah, it's not rocket science, is it?
Yeah.
No, of course, there's a migration plan for how you exit off them, because, not to get too far ahead, but what those systems were doing were producing outputs, right? And these outputs were getting used by different departments, but they didn't connect to the successful customer outcome. So a lot of those systems were put in with good cause in the past. It wasn't that people were stupid. They've been like there was a finance system in there that was putting in good cause to get better control over costs, right? And of course, over time, the world moves on. And even in Swedish hydroelectric company, the products change to go to be wind power rather than hydropower and all that sort of stuff. So along the way, this finance system was still churning out outputs, but people were just filing them away in case somebody wanted them. But the need for them had gone. It was no longer required. But when you're doing this work, it doesn't feel like dumb work. If you've got this job, you've got this role, you've got these responsibilities, and you're doing this thing. So there aren't all swaves of people in organizations going, the work I'm doing is devious and dumb. No, we're all busy. It's not like we're not busy. Trying to find the capacity to actually free up resources is a big thing. But when you've identified things which are not contributing to that successful outcome anymore, then make the case to stop doing them, because while you carry on doing them, you are hemorrhaging cost. That's the simple reality of it. So a lot of those big saves come out of like Gilead Sciences, stopping all that animal testing. You can imagine the infrastructure that they had around animal testing. And not only is that a worthy thing to be doing anyhow, but there's different ways of doing it. So molecular science, for instance, there's, don't get me into modeling on this. I'm supposed to be an expert in pharmaceutical, but I'm not. It's just I've worked with a lot of them. Is the molecular scientists have now come up with digital versions of the same molecules, which react in exactly the same way that the real molecules do. But of course, they can do them with enhanced programming. Couple that with AI, and you have a more safe system than testing on an animal. They used to keep these. We had a beagle dog at the time, so it appalled me when I went out to the dog people, and they're all beagles. Oh, that was a dreadful couple of days. But they used to have all these tests on all these beagles, and what they used to sort of say is they used to try to get a pure breed beagle, because if you had one which was slightly not pure breed, and apparently there's a spectrum of these things, they couldn't really test the efficacy of the drugs. So these dogs were very expensive to buy and test. So they got into breeding programs for beagle dogs, and the surplus dogs they will then sell out into the market. This is a weird business. But anyhow, all that went away. They do very, very little animal testing now because it's all in the molecular science, it's all been digitized.
Sure.
So it was a long answer to a short question, but there you go. You'll find I'm prone to doing that.
No,
So
but thank you.
no, it's my pleasure. And, you know, keep the questions coming. You'll think of some when we go offline, you know, in 30 minutes or so. So that's the outside in strategic matrix. All right. So I'd like you to think when you do the exercise, think of this for yourself. You might think of it from in you know, Yogesh, and you might think of it with Eldon in terms of the consultancy you're running, your core processes, or some of the clients that you've got or the clients that you've had. It works in every different way. There's different ways of skinning that rabbit. Thinking of rabbits again. So in terms of the outside in strategic matrix, that's what it looks like. And of course, I would color code to draw people's attention to the green is good and red is needs changing. And red tends to be restrictive. The process view, because processes were defined in a way that input, activity, output. A lot of organizations will have all their KPIs at the output level. And that of itself is a problem. You need the KPIs, the metrics of success at the outcome level, you know, the business outcome and the customer outcome level. So it's about, again, pushing out these boundaries and that literally going outside in. So the third thing I want to introduce is this idea of a successful customer outcome canvas. So this is the last one I'll introduce today. I keep banging the drum about SCOs, but if we can articulate an SCO where we develop a set of metrics, which the metrics tell us whether we're meeting the need or not, then that is the place we want to get to. Agreed? So let's have a look at the canvas. There's a number of different, and Eldon, I don't know if you've come across Osterwilder's like business planning canvas and things like that. So, you know, when we're doing sort of consultancy, there's some overlapping models. And the successful customer outcome canvas is the fourth iteration, the fourth evolution, if you like, of being able to articulate successful customer outcomes. So if you meet people who were trained up to, say, 3 or 4 years ago, they would have used a different version of this. They would have used something called successful customer outcome revolutions. Right. So given that I've been training, for instance, in South Africa for 20 years now, there are people out there who are still using iteration 1 of the SCO, which was like a mind map. And it was great fun doing them, but at the end of it, trying to get any sense out of it was pretty difficult. But you'll see from the canvas point of view, this fits in with a lot of other business models where the outputs from this can become the inputs to other things like, you know, purpose-driven businesses and so on like that. So you can see it's got 8 boxes. I'm going to walk you through it and I'm going to keep it in the airline context. And I'll go through this fairly quickly because it's one of those things that once you've gone through it, you can think about it. As we're going through it, it raises more questions than answers. So if you can bear with me for that. So you can see pretty straightforward. 1, 2, 3, we're going to go through this. And I'm going to use the airline example again. All right. So I'm going to use me as the customer. So to the point we were talking about customer categorization earlier on. Your categorization by need will be the thing that you put into this number 1 box. So the frequent business traveler. Right. Now, if you were doing it if you were segmenting customers, you might have business travelers, high net worth business travelers who travel all the time, business travelers who travel intermittently. You'd have a whole range of potential demographic data about that. But save when we're doing needs, the common needs of a frequent business traveler, what are they? And that's what this works out for us. Right? Sometimes when you're doing this as well, you'll find out that you're at too high a level in terms of customer description, and you do need to drop down into that persona place, but it will be a persona of the category of customer.
Yes.
So BMW is 24 categories of customer. There's only 3 categories of customer which have more than 3 personas.
Okay.
So you can, but you're talking the same thing. So you see where it goes. So what are the first thing the second thing we want to do on this chart is talk about customer attributes. So in a classically segmented world, we'd have said, well, their mean income is above 100,000. They have 2.2 children and they live in these postal codes, right? But that's segmentation data. What we want to do is describe the customer as if they were a friend. That's the best way of describing that. So I wouldn't describe a friend as, well, they live in this particular postal code and they have a degree level qualification with 2.3 children, 1 boy, 1 girl, and some another one as well. You know what I mean? It wouldn't make sense, because that's segmentation by circumstance. So customer attributes: frequent business traveler, time pressured always, high expectations because they do travel a lot, so they know the best, and they're also, expectations are informed by their other experiences in life, not just airline travel. Member of frequent flyer clubs, every frequent flyer club there. Very impatient, doesn't like being told to wait, family oriented, so a family guy, and knows competitor offerings really, really well. So they're attributes. So thinking about that for yourself, it wouldn't be to do with where they live and how much they earn and, you know, what's their education level. It's to do with their needs, right? So we could think about that. So what are the customer's expectations, right? So this is an interesting one. Back in a few years ago, people started to conflate expectations with wants, and that's not the same thing. So I'll give you an example. When I go to the bank later on today and I go to the ATM, I want there to be $1 million in that account, but I don't expect there will be, right? So wants and expectations are very different things. So I know I might be preaching to the choir here sometimes, but it's easy for people to, when you're doing number 3, is to put what customers want, and that's not it. It's what I expect, right? And your expectations are going to be informed by your previous expectations with the experiences with this organization, but also the experiences you've had with others, not just in the same industry. Right? So with that in mind, I want on time every time. I want complimentary upgrades. So I don't want to have to keep using my emails to get upgrades. And I want to be known by the staff. So how difficult can that be to do? You know, like Four Seasons hotels do it every day. There's no technology involved. It's distribute the photographs of all the people who are staying in the hotel. Because when you before you check in, they'll go and Seth Godin tells a fantastic story around this, and if I've got time, I'll share it with you in a couple of days. But when you're checking in at the hotel, they already know you are. They can go on your LinkedIn profile or go on to Facebook or whatever. So what's stopping? That's how Four Seasons do it. There's no technology as such involved. James writes that, and in one of the books you're going to get is Foundations for Customer Centricity. So you're going to get that as a PDF. And he tells the story about how Four Seasons created a system whereby they brief everybody at the start of shift and the end of shift about who's in the hotel. And they ask the customer's permission when you're checking in. Are you okay, Eldon, if I call you Eldon, right? And they do that courtesy. And then if you're walking down the corridor anywhere in the hotel, could be at the restaurant, and, you know, somebody will say, hope you're having a great day, Steve, you know, and, oh, by the way, there's a chess match on later for you, because they know you. It's not difficult information. So I want the airline to be known by staff. So that's what Emirates do now. So if you've had an Emirates experience, you'll know what I mean. If you're a frequent flyer, they come to you before the flight. They'll come and double check with you that everything's comfortable, the meal order you want, if it's a special order, what time would you like it, all that sort of stuff. Priority treatment as well. So if you're a frequent flyer, you know, give me not just that complimentary upgrade, but, you know, give me a fancy meal now and again, you know, which is normally for first class and I'm flying business class or something. The next one, historically, what have they received? And so this might be the collection of across that sort of industry. You know, it might be that you're thinking about what are the normal expectations. And initially, when you do this, they'll usually be quite negative. They'll be based on poor experiences. So in this instance, number 4 goes along the lines of delays at busy times, broken promises always, inconsistent policy, and fragmented service. So that's the general the general historical experience you've got. Now, if you're doing this and you're an airline, so we're Southwest, and we know these are issues to do with the airline industry. If I was able to fix those things, then I'd be in a better place than the majority. So you're already beginning to sort of get ideas. Number 5 is a catch-out question, really. So what process does the customer think they're involved in? So I'll take you here to Texas. We're working with an insurance company, and we've got Terry, the customer, in the room. So he's put an insurance claim in because his fences have been demolished by a springtime storm, which they get a lot of in Texas. So in the room, we've got the claims people, We have the customer service people, and we have the finance people, and we've got Terry and the team who are actually running the project. So we go to the claims people. Guys, what process do you think Terry's involved with? And the answer is, well, getting the claims fulfilled to our service level agreements with the customer through their contract. Okay, service people. Well, getting all their calls answered quickly and efficiently and getting it right first time. Okay, finance people. What do you think the process Terry's involved in? Oh, Terry's involved in getting the dispersed check to him as quickly as possible so he can pay for the repairs and stuff like that, having taken off the excess which we've agreed within the contract and the policy. And then we turn to Terry. And Terry is this like 2 meter tall guy, and he's just as wide. He is a cowboy. He's in Texas. Literally, he's a cowboy. He's got boots and spurs on, right? He's got his big Stetson, big white Stetson, and looks to all intents and purposes like, if you remember, you won't remember this, but Google John Wayne afterwards and look at what John Wayne looks like. He looks like John Wayne sat in the room, and he sat there. And so we turned to Terry, and I won't use the language he used, but we asked him the question, Terry, what process do you think you're involved with? And his response was, get him a frigging fence fixed. And everybody sort of stands back. Now, the whole point of that is it's the process from the customer's perspective that's important to us, not all the machinations and stuff that we're doing internally. They're part of the journey, but that's not important to Terry. What he wants to do is get his frigging fences fixed, because he's worried about the security of his yard and the kids. And in Texas, they have some big horrible critters that can come into your yard, and red ants and all sorts of nasty stuff like that. Similar to South Africa, really. So you got an open land. What was it? An armadillo. We had one in our backyard one time. The fence got knocked down, and we ended up with an armadillo in the backyard. As the Americans call the back gardens. So we put that in. What's the process? So the process in this instance, being at my next meeting to sign the contract. Right? What do we determine for the customer is number 6. This is an interesting one because oftentimes we put things in the way of customers achieving a successful outcome. They're like the barriers. So in the insurance claim, for instance, you've got to go online, you've got to fill a claim form in, you've got to have an assessment done, you have to agree to our assessment, and then you have to agree to the deductibles and the excess on the policy and stuff like that. Imagine none of that existed. Wouldn't the customer's life be a lot easier? And wouldn't we have a lot less to do? Right. So with that in mind, what do we determine for the customer? So in this instance, you must purchase your tickets online. There's no choice about that. You must check in at the airport. Why? Right. And you cannot transfer flights. Why not? If I sort of miss my flight, you're going to resell my seat, right, and make more money out of me. You're not going to give me a refund. Right, how does that work? Frequently, when you're doing this the first time round, number 6 will be negatives. But as you evolve and mature the work that you're doing with the people that you're doing it with, 6 will become positives. So what do we determine for the customer? That's why it says it's not about just negative or positive. Mature organizations will engineer box number 6 to be positives. So what do we determine for the customer? Things that are going to add value to the experience and the delivery of the outcome. And then number 7, there's a dotted line across that. The reason being is, what are the customer's real needs? You'll immediately get people responding to you, which sort of say, to get the work done in a timely fashion, to do the work in a seamless way. So it's like one and done and stuff like that. So you'll get lots of sentiment to do with like timely. Right? But what we want to do is we want to turn those sentiments into smart attributes, so specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. So the dotted line is really there when you're doing this with other people, because people will come up with those subjective statements. Then what we want to do is take those subjective ideas and turn them into objective measures. So in this instance, you can see preferred seat choice always available. That's a yes and a no. It's binary, isn't it? Black and white. All flights within 10 minutes of plan. But from a customer's point of view, they are or they aren't. You might say that's 83%, but from each customer's point of view, it's a yes or a no. So how many have we pleased and how many have we displeased? Complimentary upgrades on every 3rd flight. Yeah, bake it into the system. These are loyal customers. You want them to come back for more. Give them those. Oh, I'll tell you a real bugbear with some CXy people, right? Is you've got to exceed customer expectations. What have you just done if you've exceeded customer expectations?
You've set a new baseline.
Yes, you have. And you're chasing your tail. You're like a dog who's never going to catch himself. So what Branson, in charge of Virgin, Richard Branson always says was, manage expectations to the level that you know you can consistently achieve. And then just as Zappos do, have occasional moments of wow. But at those moments of wow, educate your customer not to expect them all the time. And James tells a terrific story about doing a flight across Europe one time, and it was the plane wasn't very full, and the hostess, he was traveling in coach, and the hostess said, yeah, we've had a few people drop off business, can I serve you a business lunch? And they served him a business lunch. So his expectation now has got to business lunches, hasn't it? So on the flight back, what did he get? Bag of cruddy peanuts, right? Now, if she'd have said to him, serving you a business lunch, now don't take this as normal. You know, the flight is an unusual flight and we have some surplus meals, but please don't expect this on every flight. James wouldn't have had to be disappointed with his cruddy little nuts on his return flight, if that makes sense. So I could steal his stories as well. You know, that's one that he's quite keen on telling. So all staff know me by sight and meals at time of choice. So we can now finally get to this successful customer outcome. And we usually start off by saying it's going to be one phrase, but it will frequently distill itself down to one or two words. So again, this is the Emirates one, beyond tomorrow. That's the successful customer outcome. I am beyond my flight and I'm able to do what I'm able to do. I feel refreshed. I feel invigorated. I had a really, you know, I watched a couple of really good films, had a nice meal, and I'm now ready to get on with, you know, the rest of my life. So that's the first SCOC we've gone through. There's a few little tripwires in there and things like that, but I'll explain that. You've got to see this again, and a little bit like learning to drive the car. Now, I use this analogy a lot, is if we can remember back to our teens and the first time we sat in a car in the driving seat rather than being at the back with our parents driving, if we were lucky enough to have a car, then when you're sitting in the driving seat, you've got the steering wheel, and if it's got a gear shift, it's not on automatic. And then you've got your pedals for your accelerator and your brake and so on. You've got these wing mirrors, and you've got your big mirror, and you've got these indicator lights and all this other stuff going on. How on earth are you ever going to get your head around it? But as most of us know, we probably drive now without even remembering the journey sometimes. Right, we're actually unconscious of the actual experience. Okay, so I think doing the OSM and the SCOC is pretty much like that. The first couple of times you're doing it, it's like being in the car and noticing, oh, I need to ask that question, or I need to do this here, or I need to watch out for that sort of burr pit. You know, I don't want to fall in that. But after you've done it 2 or 3 times, it really just becomes. And I do OSM and SCOC every single project, every single time. Because what this will allow me to do is to identify in box number 7, what is the articulation of the achievement of the outcome in a set of metrics. And these then become our guiding metrics. It's not process measures anymore, elapsed time, touch time. Yeah, that stuff, you might still want to measure it because we figure out how many people we need in our call centers and stuff like that. But they're not the important measures anymore. The important measures become aligning with delivering of those things. Right. So that's the successful customer outcome canvas. I said I wanted to leave you with 30 minutes on, so I'm going to skip past that. So let's get back to the pictures. We had a whole bunch of sort of metrics there. Having gone through the OSM and SCOC, what I want you to do before tomorrow is now imagine, well, not imagine, you can actually physically do it, is post-COVID world, is we're all invited to go back to the cinemas again. And if you're not a cinema goer, just imagine you were, right? Why do you choose that particular theatre to go to watch the films? You know, what is it about that place that continually brings you and your partner and your family back to go and visit that cinema rather than another one? What is the motivator there? So first thing tomorrow, when we get back together again, I'm going to ask you for why you choose that particular cinema as a customer. And then we'll play the game and contrast and compare, okay? So that's that. And terrific little video if you've never seen it. I know I've played this a few times for different people in different stages, but once you understand the achieving a successful customer outcome, you should never design a product or a service again which isn't aligned to achieving it. Now, in this example, you'll see it when you get to the video directory, which I'll share with you after we've finished in a few minutes' time, is there's two guys in a lift in Scotland, right? So any of us familiar with a Scottish accent? No, it's worse than my English accent. It's difficult to understand sometimes. But these guys get into a voice-activated lift or elevator, if we're in the States. These guys get into a voice-activated elevator, and simply put, the voice in the voice-activated elevator doesn't understand Scottish. So it's a bit of a parody, it's a bit of a laugh, but it's worth bringing on this point. They should never have designed it in that particular way. All right. Okay, so let's just have a double check. I've not slipped anything else in. Now, any sort of questions on what we've covered in your first few sessions today? So I'll keep my eye on the chat room. And again, once we've finished the session, I'm going to invite you to the Dropbox and I'll invite you to a WhatsApp group. Don't be shy of asking questions. There are no sort of dumb questions. I'm sure you've heard that before. And there's no wrong answers anyhow. There's just some answers that are more right than others. So if we
I do have a question. If you
yes, please.
don't mind going back to what I know as a business model canvas, what we just went through, where you stepped through the 7-8 questions.
Yeah, on the SCOC.
When you go to number 6, and this is me risking my pre-industrial age thinking here, but number 6. Is that where you put in business rules and policy information, or are we trying to be a little bit more, what's the word, like inspirational around, what we expect the customer to do, the actions that he needs to take in order to enable the experience? How do you do that?
I would say the former. We're putting things in there which are getting in the way of the customer getting to a successful outcome. So, and I say that getting in the way, initially those would be negatives. So like going through an insurance claim process and things, we can think about all the steps and stages of that. And I'll show you an example tomorrow where somebody completely eradicated all those, and not surprisingly are the most profitable, automotive insurer in the US now. But what we put in there initially tend to be negative things. They'll mean that you have to adhere to these rules, you have to adhere to these policies, you have to do this, you have to do that, before we can process it. I got an example this morning where I sent an invoice to a client, right? And this client gets an invoice every month, and I've been working with them for 9 years now, right? And this morning the invoice got rejected, got sent back to me, because their address was incorrect. So I said, my natural response was, funny, that's the address I've been using for 9 years. And they said, well, I'll have to go back through all the invoices, and correct the address. And I said, I'm not going to do that. You cleared the, don't, why are you making meaningless work? And what was the address change? And without getting too far into it, the abbreviation for road in the States is RD dot, right? And on all the invoices, it said road. Can you imagine there's somebody in finance trying to stop payments going out? So what are they doing here? They're going through a rule book. And I called it out. That's what I actually, in between times this morning, that's what I was doing. Well, we had our sort of 60-minute break, was getting that invoice processed. I was saying, how ludicrous that you're trying to dot the I's and cross the T's. Retrospectively, you're just making meaningless work. So Eldon, to that point, it's got to be those things which rules in the past that might have been relevant, but we're going to challenge those tomorrow. We're going to challenge any rule that's been created to see whether it's still relevant for the 3rd decade of the 21st century.
Okay, thank you very much. So there's an example that I came across on the internet this morning, incidentally Southwest, where they apologized to some customer, some lady, because she was wearing some sort of top. Now, I don't know women's clothing, so I'm not going to even venture a guess. But they deemed her to be inappropriate and didn't want her to board the flight. And it's like a really crazy policy. So what if you want to get on the flight wearing a halter top, crop top, whatever, bikini, whatever you want. But it's those kind of crazy business rules that overstep logic.
And
Yeah.
you'll have that little Italy syndrome, you know, give somebody a uniform and all of a sudden they'll get extremely pedantic. So we've got a parody of a business rules with Ben Stiller from the Meet the Fockers film, where he's trying to board the plane. And when rules are written down, they look really logical. But when they're interpreted by, you know, people in a uniform, so this isn't disparaging the people in uniforms, it just so happens, I don't know, like traffic wardens and, you know, people like that, is their literal interpretation of the rule defies logic sometimes. I do know the Southwest example is in certain states where they're especially religious, and having lived in Texas, for instance, with teenage daughters, you can imagine what trials and tribulations I went through. Who were used to a certain style of dress, let's put it that way. And the number of times we would be in a restaurant, and not an high-end restaurant, you know, a normal off-the-road restaurant, and somebody would approach us and, you know, ask if we could get the girls to cover up. And you would challenge it, but of course it's often to do with an interpretation of rules that were there in the past, but are now no longer relevant, you know. And so my girls are a little bit like me, they're outspoken. So we used to have some vociferous discussions and never go back to certain restaurants because of that weird policy, which to do is you're not allowed to dress like a teenager in our cafe. You must dress like a nun. You know, it was like, oh. But anyhow,
yeah.
So we've all got scars to, you know, from those strange and weird and wacky rules. So I've run you right up to time. So the way the exercises work, and I'm going to point you to directory in a few minutes. If I can get rid of that one, that's something we're doing tomorrow. Go away, go back. Right, so the way the exercises work is you've got 4 weeks from when we complete this week to get the exercises done. So I don't want you rushing at them to get them back to me tomorrow. Or if all that you do between now and tomorrow is think about that cinema example. So why do you, as a customer, why would you choose that particular cinema? And if you don't do cinemas, imagine that you did, right? Or in the States, we call them movie theaters, right? So why would you choose that one over and above anything else? And then we'll have a brief discussion about that when we do our Q&A in the morning. Okay, guys, have you enjoyed the first day?
Hey, Steve, this is Victoria. I wanted to just briefly say hello to everybody. Just a real quick, this is all new to me. I have a varied IT background, very technical. And one of the reasons why I wanted to take your course was to figure out kind of how do we stop our tech think, our constant tech think that never stops, into a more customer-centric view.
Yeah.
And getting that becoming the starting point, you know, and a lot of it I'm finding through looking at business processes and so forth, I'm asking, you know, well, why the 5 whys, you know, well, why,
Yeah.
well, why, well, why? And they're about sick of me, but anyway.
Well, they'll love you when you go back, Victoria, because you'll be able to sort of say, let's just fill this template in, shall we? And then when they've filled it in, you go, so does something seem strange about that? You know,
Right.
Get them to answer their own question. And I've got a lot of sympathy with you. Back in the day, I was a COBOL and a C++ programmer. And interestingly enough, I still get people sort of saying, do you still do that now? And I go, no, it was never really a hobby. It was but yeah, I was surrounded, 30-second story. When I was at Citibank, the biggest conflicts we used to have, because I was responsible for Europe, Middle East and Africa for latterly, I'll tell you what I was responsible for. But my conflicts being on the technology side were always with operations, right? I could never get these guys to make sense of how difficult it was for us to develop the technology for them. And it so happened that unfortunately, the guy who was running operations, he got an illness and he had to leave. So I went to my immediate boss, who was the assistant CEO at the time, and asked if I could have operations. And he asked me why. And I said, the biggest conflicts we have in our business are between operations and technology. Never the twain shall meet. Then they're not talking the same language. And I was very fortunate. They gave me responsibility for operations and technology. And since then, we're going back now to the 1990s. Since then, that's how Citibank have always done it. If you're responsible for operations, you've got technology, and technology, you've got operations. And it's exactly to that point, is trying to get some of the guys on the technology side to understand the business and vice versa. And these days, it's not about that. It's about the customer. So trying to get both entities to understand the only reason why we're here is the customer. And I'll show you a diagram tomorrow, which is the excuse why people will not get that deliberately. And now we can wash that away as well.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
Good. Cheers, Victoria. And thanks for saying hi.
Good
as
luck
well.
on that journey, Victoria. Like Steve, I was also in IT and transitioned across to customer experience. And it was quite a thing because in IT, you know, fewer projects, you're always an expert. On this side, much more conceptual, many different projects, a lot of balls to carry. IT is always late and always late and therefore irrelevant, and had to stop thinking that the world is black and white.
Yeah.
Had to stop thinking from a systems point of view and start to think outside. And it was a massive transition that I had to go through. So good luck as you embark on the journey.
Thank you. And I'm going to make it even more complicated for you guys. I'm a contractor for the federal government. So
okay, that's good. I must share some of the stories, Victoria, with you of as you probably missed the intro, but I live in Colorado. That's my main home. But at the moment I'm in the UK because of COVID, being closer to family. But a lot of the work that I do in the States is public sector. So we probably have some of the same same experiences there. So I'll share some of those with you before the end of the week.
all right, great.
Okay, guys. I've enjoyed it, and every time people said, "Do you not get bored when you're delivering this?" And I go, "I don't deliver it all the time. This is the first one since like May for the ACXM." But at the same time, it's the people who are in it that make it what it is. And the questions you ask are going to be different to what your colleagues might have asked in the previous one. So hence, I'm going to go away and change the material on days 2, 3, and 4 to reflect some of those observations. So for instance, Victoria's point of view, I'm going to chuck in a federal government example, take out some of the names to protect the guilty parties, but nevertheless, you'll see that in there. And likewise, that transition from technology into business and the ambiguity around CX sometimes, you know, I suppose that's where I get the kicker from. Let's get more scientific about the customer experience, because that really frustrates me sometimes, is the acceptance of soft and fluffy. And yes, there's a need for that to a certain extent, but there's also a need to get very specific measures of what success looks like. So that'll be part of our journey in tomorrow, guys.
Magic, thank you very much, Steve.
Okay, thanks, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. And within an hour or two, I'll compile the video, will get compiled by Zoom. I'll send it as the invite to tomorrow's session, and it'll also have a link to Dropbox. And then tomorrow I'll introduce you to this software where you can store all the stuff if you want to do what I use every day. So meantime, have a great time.
Thank you. And tell me how to get your book too, Steve.
I'm going to send physical copies. All right.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
We're running like a campaign at the moment where outside-in is free. People just have to pay the package and posting associated with it. But don't you worry, you're going to get it anyhow. But if you want to go for a free package and post, that's okay. But when we finish this week, in addition to the e-certificate coming straight away, we send a whole bunch of books to you as well.
Okay, lovely.
Great.
Cheers, guys. I will see you tomorrow.
Have a good day.
Yeah, have a good rest of your day. Enjoy yourselves.
Thanks.
Thank you.